Good morning. Oh, apologies for being a little late. I was trying to eat a bit of breakfast. I was getting ready to stream a little earlier, and I had a complication that made me shut stream down. And I got a ping before I could boot the stream back up. And that ping said, hey, we're going to do the trial thing. And I was in the ping, one of the names pinged directly, because I'd signed up for this thing. I just completely forgot that I'd signed up for it. So, bit of a segue from what I plan to do today. I actually had something planned. We'll just postpone it though. But I was really looking forward to it. Downside, I don't know what time I'm finishing here in Elder Scrolls, but I do have Grounded tonight with Wompy and Sparkle. And 9. Might message Sparkle. I accidentally signed up for an Elder Scrolls trial. Absolutely no idea when that finishes. If it's midday, I'll try just to stay awake. Die after stream is up. What was for breakfast? Just a simple sauteed mushrooms, fried tomato, 2 sausage, bacon, eggs, and a patty. I had a crumbed patty that I bought from the butcher down. Mentioning town names. No. About an hour to my east was a tiny little town on a freeway that I caught up with my grandparents for lunch the other day. And off to the side roads was 3 things. The first and the most important obviously took priority. A bird sanctuary, which I compulsively immediately dropped everything I was doing and went to go see. It was one of those bird sanctuaries where they just maintain the habitat and sort of let the birds do their own thing, which meant I saw 1 bird. But I did see 1 bird. So worth, I think. But after that, I went down. There was a greengrocer and the butcher. I got a bunch of stuff from the butcher, and the greengrocer had fresh cream on top milk, which has gone into my cup of tea today. But we are 20 minutes left before we have to go to this trial. So let me get my OBS set back up, shall we? Peanut butter on toast or skip breakfast altogether? Oh, I forgot. I also had peanut butter on toast. It was a 3rd piece of toast. Which was what? That was exactly it. Just peanut butter. I did have a tiny little bit of honey left over from last month's shop. So I painstakingly and infuriatingly scraped with a knife out of the bottom of this container just all this honey and got barely enough for a thin layer and put the peanut butter on top of that. So it's technically a peanut butter honey toast. Not that you could really taste the honey at that point. It was a bit all for nothing just to stop myself from throwing out what was left, but I've been really enjoying, actually. I found out there's people locally that grow Swiss brown mushrooms, and I religiously buy Swiss brown mushrooms now when I'm getting any. They are so much better than button white, to a point where it's not even funny. That's the overlay. How do I just cut that? There we go. I'll save my little hello file for later. And oh, I don't think I have Firefox installed. I need something lightweight right now. I have Firefox installed. Ew. You know what? I changed my mind. iExplore.exe. There you go. That's lightweight. What's more lightweight than Trident Engine? Trident Engine can't even understand some PNG files. Let alone WebP? Does it have WebM support? Who knows? Oh, don't tell me it's just gonna open up Edge instead. Because the application version changed when I opened iExplore.exe. But all I just need Tamriel Trade Center update. Because I can't run that. Come on. God, it's so lightweight it doesn't even understand my keyboard. It's struggling right now. Oh, bugger off with all these new tabs. I don't need them. I am fighting this. Why am I fighting this so bad? Oh my word. Those button elements are a dream. Google search? I'm feeling lucky. This is a blast from the past. Physical buttons. You don't see that much these days in browsers. It's the good old square Windows XP design buttons too. Have a look at this. Let me just full screen that and I'll go down here. And let's just turn on this. You can join me. But look at these! Big giant square buttons. Clean, crisp, slight shading, outline, shadow. Oh, What happened to tech design world that we went from that to like weird washy flat nothingness? I mean, look at the Google logo, for example. Can we go back in time? I'm going on a whole... No, we're not going to there. Don't go there. Let me cut this back out and see if I can find it. Google. Google log 1996 apparently equals 3.30016054. When did they make the perfect logo? Google's perfect logo was 2003, wasn't it? It was. It's gonna load the web page. This should be fine, but, well, if it ever loads, then there's the... It's kind of... I would like to actually see... There's the image, but I want to look at that. I can't even say Google's is bad. Google's is probably one of the better ones that has been modernized to be flat and emotionless. But how can you hate this? It's still just type font, but beautiful. Either way, nostalgia over. We need to go to... I would like to actually like go into like this search engine. They should have an option to just load up all of these old... That's awesome. 2005, the shadow under Google is just that in the same colors. That's amazing. Ah, how is it that simply the design that was the standard a decade and a half ago is now just so good it makes you depressed at what we have now? Just me? But, bit of a prerequisite. I need the PC client. It's gonna have a few web, are you? Really? The web page cannot be found. Is that the ultimate way? Is that the ultimate way to bypass ads to load up Internet Explorer? Apparently, I'm not even allowed to interact with the website here. EU tab PC. Let's go back. Download. Say that about a lot of things, especially movies. It's a bit more tangible in movies, though. I mean, you go back to the 90s and they tell you, like, really good stories that have... It feels like there's a mood to it. It almost... You could say that this is a thing that has been present for quite a while. Because I feel like even the movies from the 80s and 90s told you stories that didn't really amount to anything. There was no underlying message. I don't think the Terminator or Alien had an underlying message. Motives, maybe, if you're going to interpret it super loosely, but it's just a good movie. But I feel like if you go further back in time, all of these big media productions had like all these messages. There were, maybe not, right? Maybe I'm painting with a very broad brush, but because, yeah, you get spaghetti western cowboy films, and of course those are very, very... What noise is that? The official cowboy spaghetti western noise. US? No, I want Ian. Can't reach this page apparently. Maybe I shouldn't have opened Internet Explorer because this is not working. Oh, here we go. Save as. Where are we going? Downloads, games. Do we have Bethesda? Definitely have Bethesda here. Embryo Trade Center. And hopefully now, this will work. So, let me get that sorted and we'll jump into the game. This whole time I've actually been jamming out the Scissor Sisters. Do you have music running on stream? No. What do we have queued up? We are listening to Music Player 2, which is empty. Music Player 1 has 4. We're going to switch. You know what? To Kingdom Come. While I jam out the Scissor Sisters, let's put Kingdom Come Deliverance on. But I do think movies are a bit more easy to tell that sort of thing happening. It's a bit more subjective with things like logos and design, but I've always detested and hated. Do you know there's that Facebook style human that they keep drawing with the massive thick arms and the massive thick legs, and their body is like a square or a triangle or a circle. The head is like a semicircle. It's all like super blur. Genuinely, if it weren't for the fact you could tell what it was, it's like well, even then, it's 2 steps away from just being called flat out ugly. Where did I save this thing? Games, Bethesda, ESO, Terminal Trade Center, open here. And now I need to go. Where do I have it installed currently? Open location. Have they completely overhauled the client? It looks like they've completely overhauled the client. Hang on, should I not just be able to update this with, Monster Hunter World? No, What's the name of the mod? Have I lost it? How have I lost it? Minion. Why does my brain work like that, where I'll remember the first letter of a word and be stuck on that first letter for like a whole hour? I did the same thing trying to remember the composer for the Oblivion, Skyrim, and Morrowind soundtracks, and I don't know if he's done anything in Elder Scrolls Online, but I would hope. But There was a whole month, a whole 30 odd days where I sat there and the only two pieces of information that I could remember about the composer was that his initials were JS and that his first name was Common. That's it. That's how my brain remembered this person who's been such an influential part of my life. JS, Common first name. Forget remembering his actual name. It took me a month, and I principally refused to Google his name or the composer for these games, because it annoyed me that I'd spent collectively thousands of hours listening to his music and couldn't even give him the decency of remembering his name. Turns out, 1 month later, Rydigar came in and sort of poked me about it, and it set me going, just completely distracted for that whole day, trying to desperately remember the name, and it clicked. Jeremy Soule, composer for Oblivion, Morrowind, and Skyrim. But the fact I had to get a whole month worth of thinking about someone's name before I could remember it. Why did Minion not load? Minion has loaded. Where is Minion? I don't see Minion. Haven't used Facebook in a long time. It's just everywhere these days. If you ever see a post from a company going, "We care about you," it's always got those flat, weird-shaped people with thick arms. There's Minion. So it's updated through Minion, not through the website. Is it? Hang on. The add-on for TamilTradeCenter.com. Dependencies. Optional plugins for Mac. Download and unzip the files under ESO add-on folder. Default folder is documents. When you're playing, run the client executable onto client. Is that what this does? No. I guess we'll just see if that works. Open up Tamriel Trade Center. Hey! It works. It doesn't tell me it needs to update anymore. Right, Minion manages that. Good. I downloaded the new client for nothing. Oh well. An adventure worth the trip, simply just to see all of those old logos and buttons. Let's get Outer Scrolls up. Nabidu! Hope you're well. Welcome in. We have 10 minutes before we are going into this trial, so I need to get myself logged in and set up and ready to go. I'm playing healer. Lord knows I'm not kitted out to do late game stuffs, but we'll see. These days, if I'm trying to think of a name and I get a similar name stuck in my head, you just give up. I was honestly the same. That was my biggest curse, was that I kept thinking, and I 100% knew his initials were JS, but because I also knew his first name was Common, the name that got stuck in my head was Jason Schreier, the journalist. He used to work at Kotaku, I think. Don't quote me on that, but Jason Schreier was the name permanently stuck in my head for that whole month. And that was the block I had that stopped me remembering Jeremy Soule. It won't happen until later when it just... Yeah, and that's the thing too. Stressing and trying to focus on remembering is never a good option, but it just won't leave my mind. It eats away at my brain until I remember, whether I want it to or not. Because just waiting until it randomly pops into your mind is definitely the better way to deal with it. Should I get rid of Scissor Sisters, or should I just jam out in this trial with Scissor Sisters running in the background? Tim! Welcome in. You gave up ESO? I actually feel so spoiled with this game. It's weirdly become a game where I feel like I'm going to play it until it closes down servers. I just hope I haven't joined so late that they start closing down servers in 2025. Because that, honestly, trying to get into a game and having all of this stuff to do, I'm really worried that I've joined too late and missed all of these 8 years past that I could have joined up and played. And I genuinely mean that, because I bought this game pre-order. The Imperial Edition is the account I have. The Imperial Edition pre-order, which came with all race, all alliances unlocked, as well as the Imperial race, and a couple of other bits and pieces that are now like released as paid content after. I could have played this and got into it back in the day, but I was so sour from Skyrim and so pessimistic, specifically against ZeniMax, that their name association on this brand, on the brand at this point, was like a big deterrent for me. Since then, I mean, I've literally named it in my Steam library link. It's just an Elder Scrolls theme park. It just does all the things from the franchise that you know and love. You don't really have to pay attention to the lore or anything anymore. How are you doing, Tim? I'm going to have to turn down Scissor Sisters at least. Where have they run off to? They have a Laura Megamix CD that was released in 2000, but we just put the second CD on their 2004 album, simply apparently titled Scissor Sisters, as far as I can tell. Turn that down a little bit. There's my music set, because I need something a bit more contemporary today. I love my stream music, and I think I picked fairly well to keep a semi-decent variety, as well as not be too targetable by content ID bots. I found my first genuine actual annoyance with content ID. There's a company out there that has released a collaboration album, and one of the artists on that collaboration album did a cover, and in the cover they verbatim say shout out to the original songwriter XYZ. The Young Scrolls made the song. So they put the copyright out on this album full of random musicians all doing random songs as if they own it. Even though the song they claimed on my channel the other week, the opening phrase is shout out to original artists who made the song. Even writing that in the dispute, they didn't turn down the claim. So, genuinely considered finding a content ID lawyer or digital rights lawyer somewhere and just saying, hey, this is a clear win and they're going to back down. Would you take this pro bono? It's not even my song to take to court, but that's the point I'm at too. I have to basically serve them a legal notice saying you don't own this song. Please stop claiming my content that you do not have the right to. Even though it's not my content. Ooh, Tempering Ally for 8,000. Exemplar Infused Ring for 500. And Ruta for 7,000. But it's not the worst, right? Technically, that claim is... The claim on the channel is it's completely non-invasive. They don't change anything, they don't put ads up, they don't do anything, they just say, hey, I own this, and they put a little notice on your video that says, hey, I own this, and I simply refuse to acknowledge or respect they own that song, because they don't. They own the cover. I didn't play the cover. Hence, just out of almost spite for these companies and what they do on these content ID systems, I'm considering just finding someone who would be willing to take the work pro bono and write a official legal notice I can send them. Because it'd be funny if they actually get that. It's like, what? A 9-subscriber YouTube channel actually wants to take them to court. They could genuinely, actually, like, anime style say you won't. And of course, I won't. Right? Where am I gonna find money to actually file a court date? Lord knows what country they're in either. If they're Chinese or Russian, they're not gonna respect copyright law anyway. But at the same time, it's... They could just say, no, you're not gonna do anything. 9-subscriber channel. But I would be in the legal right. If I could get it arbitrated, I would be in the legal right. All I would have to do is somehow figure out how to push a case where I'm not the legal owner, but simply trying to prove they aren't either. And I don't know... Speaking of young Scrolls, I don't know I could ever get his collaboration. Wow, he's high level. I do apologize, just a bit of prep work before we get into the stream. We're about to be joining into the raid, and it seems like there may be a lot of silence this stream. Based on... It's a trial run, training run, so there may be a lot of explanations that I'll have to pay attention to, but it's cloud rest, so I've done it before. I might be able to just mute myself and yammer on for a bit during the tutorials. If I do end up going silent, I'll apologize in advance, because I don't normally run trials, and I don't think this is a vet trial. I think we're just doing normal. So I shouldn't be too pressed to keep decent heals going or focus on the game. I will have to focus, yes. I'm not going to be messing around. And I don't know what the other healer's doing. Oh, he... What? I thought I turned into a pile of ash. I was like, well, that was short-lived. Alright, let's see if I can do better this time. Nice! Nailed the lockpicking. Like 4 out of 5 locks there. Pins. So, I may have to disappear for a bit just to make sure we're all set up and ready to go. I'm where I need to be. I need to... Where's Celestial Benkorai? It's Benkorai, is it up here? Hang on. We're doing cloud rest. This one. So I shouldn't have to go too far then. I just have to wait to make sure I'm present when the roll call is made. Let's go to the guild bank. What do we actually have that we can sell here? I also need to go to the Thieves Guild. Speaking of busy work, we have a couple of things we need to do in downtime today, just to keep ourselves busy and stop from wandering around collecting things. We need to go to the Thieves Guild, which we're going to do now. After that, we're going to do our dailies, while we wait to queue up. Following that, we have a Bad thing? Hmm? Brain? You just thought of it. Bad thing. Thieves Guild. Sell these. Dailies. Don't know. Columbine. I'm getting better at spotting Columbine. I'm also going to turn the preview off because this game gets a bit jumpy loading in player characters and assets and everything, so I'm just going to put everything up on my phone to monitor it. Here we go. Columbine. I might actually use... Do I have it equipped? Oh. I might actually use one of my Princess Delight cakes that I've got baked. I genuinely forgot the third thing I had on my checklist today. I was like, alright, we got 3 things. Let's go. And immediately forgot. We're on a roll. It's gonna be a good day. Seen the new Dakar Desert Rally? The last one, 2018, is... I don't want to say bad, because it's only bad if you have a Logitech wheel. I don't know if it's worse on other wheels. I'll vouch for the Logitech one being a bit mid, though. Having said that, I got it working recently. I spent the first 5 hours in the game struggling to get controls laid out and everything, and some of the axes wouldn't register properly. Recently got it working pretty okay. But on controller, it's fine. If you play controller, Dakar 18 wasn't that bad. It was actually a pretty good game with a steep learning curve. I haven't heard there's a new one though. I'll be way more interested in how it controls and feels. Because one of the more lackluster aspects of all of the control layout not working was that it also didn't feel super cool. You're driving at super high speeds that can actually destroy cars over sand dunes, and it just felt like you're on a freeway in the crew. It wasn't super awesome feeling. If they could improve super fundamentally on the force feedback and everything, I'm 100% down for a proper Dakar Rally game. What's it being branded as? Is it Dakar Rally 21? Dakar would be Dakar Rally 22 or 23 now, wouldn't it? Going into 23. Oh, we're actually... Hang on, the timer has paused. Let me know when we're grouping up. Oh, that's why everyone's typing stupid bot. I just thought that was a thing. Good. I have the right / guild. Oh? Oh. Let's see.
Whether you're
Whittling knife. Pumice stone, horse chalk, the raw material for launder. And get these maps out of the way too. Deerbone comb. Nice. I won't lie. I really wish this was furniture because I would absolutely love to have a chess set, Elder Scrolls themed, whatever the rules be, somewhere in my house over in Gratwood. The Crystal Column gaming set though is treasure only, sadly can't be placed. At least our treasure maps are safe now. If we get arrested for any reason or accosted by the guards, we keep the treasure maps. Since we, quote unquote, legally purchased them here at the Thieves Guild. We may have to do a dailies later. And who was there yesterday for the snot bonus monster in... Can you get the snot as a pet? Okay, because I'm staring at one here in the Thieves Guild and I was really confused. There's more than one. Where would the... There you go. I think that would be a bit awkward walking through the streets of High Isle with a snot the size of the road. I love the idea, but I can see why that isn't a thing. I should know that. Let's see what we can sell, because we got a ton... You know what, actually? Flashback to my card game days. Order.
Did you see what happened? An earthquake destroyed the Colossus of
Over here, friend.
While the
No rest
nobles
for the
were having
weary.
a
What
party.
we're going to do is get our dailies done first.
Destroyed. Bad winds.
Because we can get items to sell from the dailies. Always mind your play order. Ironically, the card game in Elder Scrolls High Isle doesn't seem to matter about play order. No, a little bit, okay, because it's combo cards. Combo cards are definitely, like, intended to influence the play order directly. But even then, I like the game. It's nice to have little things like that to do to fill the time. Especially the fact trials, they've got their own queue. Tales of Tribute. You don't have a daily bonus, but you do have ranks. I suppose the rank pays out depending on how you get. Unranked casual. Ooh. Daily bonus. Look at that. Maybe I should start playing Tales of Tribute more. But I'd be lying if I said it makes sense or seems to not be arbitrary in some cases, what you do. Not to its detriment, weirdly. I think it is a fine game where at any point you can find a combo that wins, but it's way less... It feels less directional than a lot of other card games. Like other card games, you go for that one card, the strong card. In this one, it's like everyone can... Like every card has a purpose, and every purpose is mid. But they're all important, right? If you can, I guess that would be the combo, right? If you can somehow play enough things to get all 4 of those, what are they called? Tribute people? There's like people on the right hand side. If you can get them on your team, if they're pointed towards you, you're set. You win. If you have 3 out of 4, even in a single turn, that's super good. I suppose that would be the combo you would have to aim for. I've not gone too deep into the theory crafting of Tales of Tribute though. It's been kind of fun to bumble around in, but it seems harder to read intent, I think. I do wonder, hang on. Can you actually manipulate your deck in any way? Do you get a deck? Or is the deck manipulated on the fly in the game? We need alcohol and a lot of alcohol. Okay. 52 blue entomala. I call it entomala. It's not entomala. I still call it blue entomala. I'm not using scrib jelly. Or is it gonna be... There we go. We already have cheese plates. Need the... I don't know, a cup of tea called remorse sounds terribly appealing. Flour do we have? We have 2 flour. I don't know why, but flour has become the most impossible to find ingredient in all of High Isle. I might have to start buying it from the store. We've got a ton of sanguine sweet apples, which is fine. I might have one of those instead. We'll leave the Princess Delight for later. But even this, the candy jester coins, which is good for stamina for 2 hours and stamina recovery. But it's all flour based. Going to have to find out how to get a decent supply of flour without breaking the bank.
Ressurect Denis.
Reporting in. So let's turn these in, and we'll deal with the market later. How are we going for weapons too? I might have to use my... I'll use a SOULGEM to recharge them. I'm not getting... There we go, ingots. Plates. Thank you. What did we get? Clothier survey in Oridon. Grip jelly, always welcome. Nice. Hardy garlic corn chowder. Another cooter. Sorry, Amber.
Deposit?
I'd recognize bird, you know. Let's drop everything off. On my way now. Clearing inventory. Eh? We have a spy in the midst. Hello, welcome in. I'm a little late. I had a lovely... It's very trusting to sit on a cat. I keep forgetting I'm KHAJIIT in the game. Oh shit, I have just remembered what the Cloud Rest trial is. Hello, love the hair. I have just remembered what the Cloud Rest trial is. Oh. It's fine. So... Up. Stop looking away. He's physical. I'll jump on the griffin later. What's the order here? Order before was right to left.
Only Only a great warrior could defeat Samaja with all 3 Shadow Warriors by her side.
You do left first?
Remember, divide and conquer. Take those shadow replicas out one at a time. Do you see how Cloudrest has fallen? This will be Somerset's fate. If we don't stop that accursed seeds load once and for all.
Looking at the map, it right. Apparently I was just outside of the area. Right?
You'll fall to my blade, like the rest of Cloudrest. You'll regret this fight.
I wish I could just put Scissor Sisters on stream, because this is such a jive. You have a Griffin listening to like 90s, early 2000s pop.
Quickly! You must get in the March's gate!
I can't hit that high. Singing on stream should count as a cover.
Before it's too late!
It's the only thing that stopped you from being protected by copyright. Registering it as a cover song and selling it for money.
Madariella, attack my foes!
I got out of that square, damn you. I need the fire. Also need to move the fire. Fire. One.
My shadows are endless to such fools.
Quickly! You must get within the
I
March's gate!
suppose poor Gardenway
You're going
wasn't
on the
so
giant griffin.
useful
What a rip.
after all.
How could I be so foolish?
We'll avenge your
Dragonthorn.
death,
Almost.
Galloway.
Almost
I
Dragonthorn.
swear it.
weaklings think you can fight me? Are they all so eager for death?
Brush my side.
Seems my soldier needs reinforcements.
Quickly! You must get into March's gate! The March's creatures flow through the gateway! Push them back!
Wrong place for everything. I need a blue, I need a 4. Where's the dead? So,
I was
remove my fire.
defeated.
Now. If you're not going to play fair,
Right,
neither
this is
am
the
I.
one I wanted to ask about, and they've just explained it anyway. If the screen goes blue, switch your weapon.
Like this.
So what you can do, actually, is there a way to tell when it happens?
There's no time to mourn now! Quickly, let's move on!
I've heard there was a way you can preemptively swap weapons so you can switch back to get rid of blue to your main. Okay. Oh.
'The Mahja bids me to fight, and so I shall. You challenge me? Very well. Let us fight.
3.
My shadows are endless.
Mahja opened a gate into her dark realm! We must destroy it!
I don't know what kind of block. Bad, I'm at hit 4. Three. 4.
Beat back the Mahja's shadow creatures before it's too late!
Oh, I'm not gonna get the blue at all by the looks of it. Hang on, it's not over yet. 4.
You shall feel my griffin's might.
Sleep Rose, no worries. Thank you for popping in. Hope you had a good day. Hope you get a good night's rest. 4, 4, 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. 3. 4. 2. 1. Get up, get up, get up, get up. 2, 3,
Samaja will
4,
crush you.
4. My positioning on the 5 has been terrible. I need to get way better positioning my pin.
We failed you.
How does it feel, Olorima, to see your companions die?
I don't even know why
Curse
this
you,
card
Zamaja!
is.
You'll never get away with this!
Oh, hang on. That's what's causing it. Weapon swap. There we go. Get out of range. Okay. That took me a while. Did I I've been super. I always forget if I've said hello to people or not, because I'll read and I'll be like, ah, Larry, hello. But I don't say it out loud. I don't remember any of this the first time I did it.
See, Sloan? It shall be your last mistake.
I'm kind of curious to find out how this guy works into the story of the, I forget ultimate ceremony. And it doesn't come into play.
Oh, then log me.
Why are we down to one enemy? Hello, Griffin.
Commander opened a gate.
The game isn't loading stuff
We must destroy
now.
it.
Someone's pet have the kiting thing attached to it.
Destroy the gateway source of power. The Marge's shade will soon cross over.
All that effort, only to pay. New shadows for my army. Excellent. Will consume you. Malugno Brakuma.
We can't allow the Marge's gateway to remain open. It must be collapsed from within.
Go, gosh.
We must destroy the gateway source of power.
No, por favor, a mí.
The Marge's shadow will soon cross to our world. Destroy that gateway.
More collectors. It's time to put an end to your struggle. Your shadows are mine.
spears that I'm not seeing. I see the orcs, but I'm not seeing spears. Ah, okay. So it's a yellow AoE on the ground that we're meant to take the orb into. Do you pick the orb up at a synergy?
Not defeat me, and neither will you.
AoE down. My special safety circle down so I can survive a bit more. I don't know. I'm not broadcasting my whole plan to the... Oh, this is a synergy? I just let it hit me.
Opened a gate into her dark realm.
No.
We must destroy it.
Oh. It could be a synergy, but I don't see it. No one just zoomed at me. What's that about?
Quickly, stand within my light. We must destroy the gateway source of power.
Ante Umbra.
Back to the cutting mechanic.
Ante Umbra.
Cutting mechanic.
The Marja opened a gate into her dark realm. We must destroy it.
Natoera.
She's summoning her shadow tendrils. Watch out!
Get up.
Hurry! Locate the power source of Samarja's gateway and destroy it!
Oh. Get up. Oh. This is getting messy. I need to get out. Okay.
Natoera. I won't be beaten. I'll smash this amulet if that's what it takes.
Samarja's link to her shade is crippled. Extinguish the shade and we can end this. Quickly, heal yourselves, or those shadows Vulcan! On your guard! Those tendrils look perilous! To overcome those shadows!
Stuff's just not loading in. Stuff's just not loading in. That whole final part of the fight, nothing was loading in.
At least the Vulcanars die with
Commander
me.
is defeated, but my companions, I won't allow their sacrifice to be in vain. I'll make sure the Welkanar traditions live on. I'll rebuild my order and keep protecting Somerset. I swear it!
Are you winning? Ah. Technically, yes. I died because I was taking damage and being stunned by things I couldn't see. That's quick. The customer double booked the room you were supposed to service, so they're rescheduled for next week. Let's go murder thing. At least it wasn't too much trouble. Welcome back.
It was as long as I believe.
Telepathically thinking through what people want from you is a skill. It's not telepathically. There is a skill to being a fly on the wall and interpreting like 14 conversations at the same time so that when one of those people walks up to you and just randomly sends you a trade request, you know what item they want. You know what? Is this out for people?
Your gold.
Okay. I muted and I said bye. Is anyone up for more Undaunted or random dungeons? Oh, we can jump. At the end of that final run got a bit hairy because game started falling apart on me and I wasn't seeing things load in. I got stunned. I was either not unstunning myself or I was repeatedly getting stunned at the end, which is really hurting my ability to keep heals up at the very last minute. Genuinely thought I was going insane when you said there were like crystals we had to focus and spears, and I wasn't seeing any of that either. Yeah, that, I think that was the final run as well when I got sucked into the other bit and I saw everything happening. I was like, oh, it's all in here. It was completely different to the first time I run Cloud Rest. I think the first time I ran Cloud Rest with the Unicorn Brigade, we all just stacked on tail and it was over in about 3 minutes. But we did have like a full group back then. Are you doing Undaunted Pledges today? Like, what question? I don't think there was a particular question to it was more just when you have people saying, oh, I gotta head off, I gotta go, I can talk to you later, and you have other people going, oh, it was lovely, thank you, and other people like, can we keep going, can we do another one? It's the different conversation strains, keeping track of them all. So, in the middle of all of that, I had someone walk up to me and just randomly send me a trade request. And I understand, even in all of that mess, even in a crowded room of people screaming, it was nice to be able to actually know exactly why he was there and what he wanted, even though I hadn't spoken to him. I hadn't said a single word to him. Not verbally. But immediately I put the item he wanted into the trade request and he just snapped it out and went on his way. It was satisfying. And in all of the mess I was able to actually recognize who was walking up to me and what they actually wanted. You okay, sir?
I may be injured, but my shop is still open.
500 for a SOULGEM. Or 50 for an empty one. I could buy 10 of these. Can I buy 10 of these? Buy multiple? Let me buy like 40. Thank you. Right. We had the trial leader who was saying all his platitudes, like, thank you, good job, you did well. We'll reconvene. Not sure when the next one, like, you know, going through the leader things that leaders do. And you had, it's neat, the whole mess of conversation, to be able to pick who's walking up to you and what that whole thing is. Very, I call it a fly on the wall thing, but I don't know if that's a skill specific fly on the wall. Or sitting back quietly and still recognize what's actually... Is that what they call being in the zone? Maybe. Now, what was my other thing I had to do? We've gone to the Thieves Guild. We've gone to the guild store. That's what we need to do. Let's find out what we're actually getting. We got a bit of dwarven oil, brain solvent, honing stone, tempering alloy. And we get 4 of those. I don't think I'm gonna need a gold weapon. Like, I'm not gonna need gold. I need some. But I get these common enough that I'm happy to just sort of palm them on. We have no gold. Gold over here. We have rosin and the woodworking. Jewelry crafting. We want to keep. Need a lot more purple jewelry crafting stuff actually. Zircon plating. We are detrimentally low on. Not cheap. 10 of these for 60,000, almost 70,000. Or zircon plating averaging 70, suggested 60,000, and it's actually, this is the thing, merchant manager says it's selling at 70,000. What's the cheapest? 175? I need to get a tab open and go search for zircon. We search for zircon by cheapest price, because the minimum means it's somewhere on the market at that price. Game volume is a bit high. It might have just been the where we were, but double check. Wow. Wow, does my AFK screen make the game that quiet? Get rid of the normalizer. We've got loud game. Let's just call this one slightly loud game. And we'll make it... Oh, heck, no, wait. That was a volume up, not a volume down. Why did I have a filter on my game audio that turned the volume up? That's the one thing I've tried not to need, is to increase the volume. Is there a game in particular that was quiet, perhaps? Slightly loud game. Loud game. There we go. Where am I going? Tamriel. Trade Center. Or, if you're illiterate, Setna. Coach. I forget how shoddy this runs because they load so many ads. And it's one of the few that I actually wouldn't mind financially supporting. But I would rather... I'm the person that would rather watch an ad to financially support someone than pay $1. Because that dollar can go to so much more, even though I want to support someone. Ads are a nice compromise. But holy cow, do they suck! If you ever want to load a website and there's like 5 ads, it chugs so slow. We're gonna go zircon. Brains or plating? Let's go for plating. Unit price 500 or less. Okay, overlay. There you go. Look at that ad. Oh, match it. I know there's stuff on the market. uBlock on Steam browser. I've said this before and I'll say it again. If anyone can get anything extension-wise to work with Steam browser, let me know. Hey, I won't say no, but I'm still leaving this one unblocked. How many K for one? Well, what's the deal then? If 70K is the cheapest than 14 hours ago. Does anyone else here use Tamriel Trade Center? Is there a reason that the prices listed say minimum 100 septums, and when you search for that, it doesn't show up on the website? Should have for the You'd be right. I just clicked a Google link to this website. Running by it. I should have just accepted. I think. Let's try on the EU. Nope. We're going from $100 for zircon plating up to $70,000 again. But I don't know where it's getting that $100 value from then. Average min max measuring something else then? I thought that was price. Unless the min is like actual in-game traders and not Tamriel Trade Center. Oh. Still a high bias reach. For that fungal grotto. Let's check. Really? I don't get Tamriel Trade Center. I just went for price check on zircon plating on the website itself, and it still says minimum 175. That's the price check for zircon plating, which shows the minimum on the website. But if you sort listings by price in ascending order, The cheapest is 60. Best free online games. Rick and Morty made of plastic. Yeah, but I'm not even finding sales that are the suggested low of 60. They're all higher than that on the website. So the aggregate isn't all live sales, it's all sales since traders swapped. So so the minimum might not even be there anymore. Thank you. That explains the thing I'm not understanding. Thank you. I'm in 24 hours time. So just to sort of catch everyone else up, Splatitude just explained that Carrier Trade Center refreshes when the merchants do, which is once. It is a set period of time. The thing I wasn't understanding was that I was assuming this price here. The thing I was not understanding was that the prices we have here are for the entire period. The entire period since the traders have reset. Which means at some point since the last trader swap, the last auction for the merchants, someone at some point has sold for 175 septims. It doesn't mean that that is the cheapest you can find right now. That means that it's the cheapest that ever was ever since the merchants switched.
Take it to the Imperial
Way more base. But now knowing that, I know that the minimum is not actually a price I can gauge my own purchase, which is what I was trying to do previously, using minimum to be like, oh, I can just go get it at this price. No. Because it could be any time in the past month, my understanding, or at least the past fortnight. I don't know how long you hold traders for, but... Imperial City.
She is our light.
Old Coast. Close enough. I recognize the Imperial sigil anywhere.
You do not belong.
With or without Nephalagus. Oh, hello, we were hiding in the door. My game is being weird again. I might be able to deal with some if there's anything too complicated. Hiding for some of that size. Is that stack mechanic? Not a stack mechanic.
Parting gift from the aliens?
You always did have a flair for stating the obvious.
When I want to be wrong, I'll ask for your opinion.
She demands obedience.
Said purified water. I'm confused what purified water was doing in a cave, but no liquid. Stop saying no liquid. The stalactites and stalagmites, you know. It's had liquid, it's okay.
Defiance means death.
I do wonder, suggested low, I might have to rethink what suggested low means. I thought suggested low was bottom third. That may still be the case, but with not taking minimum into account, it's a lot harder to be certain that suggested low is the bottom third of the market. Just have to rethink. Not much, other than just whether or not suggested low is a bad deal, or whether or not it's still an okay but undercutting the market deal. I mean, 60k for zircon plating. Not terrible. I only have 2 or 3 of things, so that's 200,000 to just sell my stuff into the market. But when it comes to buying, I don't know if I should consider low average or low suggested to be a decent price to search for, perhaps. I mean, yes, and maybe we have to take into account that. Maybe I have to take into account that suggested low is actually a good deal.
It's right there.
There's water below.
Imperials aren't known for their traps. Looks clear. Trap-free, for once.
That was never meant for impure hands. It will not leave my care.
Submit to her will. It is the only way.
Gonna get crushed by all the stone.
Unfortunately.
He brought that shrine.
Okay. No quest mark. Oh, hang on. I've still got my overlay thing up there. I made it seamless with this probably screen sharing at the moment because it's different window capture style. Well, rather more accurately. Game capture and window capture don't always capture the exact same frame. Different systems. One works with Windows and the other works with program directly. I just have to turn game overlay back off when I get the chance. Because technically, right now, there's two windows on the screen. Both of them showing the exact same thing, and they're lined up so perfectly that you shouldn't notice. Except the outline will look like it's tearing. That's the only difference, is the outline will look like it's tearing. If I move fast, I wonder actually if I can catch that on my phone. But either way, turn that off, and then the tearing should... Actually, on the phone, I can't tell. I'm also at 480p, so... I'm at 480p or less on my phone. I'm not exactly holding super decent streaming quality because I run mobile data, not Wi-Fi. Definitely not Wi-Fi while I'm streaming. I have enough internet for one device without interruption. That's reasonably fast if I don't split it. So, almost principally, my phone never touches my home Wi-Fi. I was standing in the middle of a lot of stuff here. Is this vet? Is this normal or vet? I should be paying a bit more attention here. Health. I'm not getting hit by anything. I should not be so brain dead here. We're in a vet dungeon. It's taken me this long to even ask or realize. But that explains why we're getting explanations to dungeon mechanics, because it's a vet dungeon. They're actually important here.
Hangs over us all.
Stone Watcher has awoken.
Of our loss.
Level 3. Watcher.
back again. And you, for a grand reopening, I assume.
5, 3, 2. Oh, this is awkward. How many circles were there in the middle? Puddle of dust.
Your friends are skilled explorers, Thariah. They've discovered a woman more frigid than you. I didn't think it possible.
Shut up, Quintus.
Welcome in, Tone. How are you doing this morning?
This
Latitude is dead.
We're on the right.
Everyone is dead. Alright. This is not a wipe and reset thing. This is just fighting. Got it. Okay. Thank you for the subscription. 8 months in a row. Holy cow. Very much appreciated. I honestly, having grown a bit more familiar with how Twitch works, I do regret not being more involved with the support. It's kind of, I don't know, layers to it that I regret missing out on in a couple of places. But I hadn't really got onto the platform until December last year. I accidentally hit my ult again. You know what? After this, we are changing the ultimate from Q to T. T is going to be... T will be the ult. Q will be the quick bar. I think it's more in line with the default bindings. I've always been... I've always had like a little bit of animosity towards larger companies like Amazon. I don't want to get too into the weeds with this topic too, but... I don't want to get too into the weeds, but I've always been the kind of person that would rather donate to someone directly than to support them on a platform like Twitch. That unfortunately means I do miss out on a lot of things like the first time badge. Stuff like supporter streaks and stuff like that. I feel like that's not meaningless. It just kind of sucks that's all attached to the platform owned by Amazon, because I really don't like the company. Really don't like it. But I do have regrets not being more involved in this sort of stuff. It's something to do with how much it actually... I don't know how to describe it. Seeing people come in time and time again, repeatedly come back, and seeing like subscribe for X months and then, like 8 months in a row is since I started streaming. I properly got affiliate February. I started streaming November, December. That's like from the beginning. And I don't think that's completely meaningless to be able to have that number there. But that's my regret, is seeing how much that actually means to me on the receiving end and going, wow, I can't believe someone would actually would be willing to stick around for that long. The financial side, irrelevant almost. It's just the fact that that number said 8, and I know that's my entire online Twitch career. A whole 8 months. That's the part I regret missing out on. Again, I do lament it's attached to Amazon because I still principally feel opposed to supporting them financially. Slightly less so. But it sucks that I haven't got the same... I won't call it a badge of honor, but it does suck that I can't say the same for other people I do really enjoy hanging out with and their content as well, just chilling out with them online and seeing them I won't get too bogged down into the mess of it because it is really just me going, I wish I had done that, and I didn't. I have my reasons, but it still kind of sucks. Because I can see how much things like that actually can have meaning. I got absolutely murdered by that meteorite. Thank you for paying your tithes to the Bird Empire. Ansabaki will be told to stand down for another 72 hours. I think at that point we're actually up for half a week. Because he's already down for another day since yesterday. I just hope, I do sincerely hope that when I do, I'm not watching my own health here, but I do hope that the small contributions I can make to certain people's lives directly still have some meaning to them, even if it doesn't come with a badge of honor and a length of time attached to it. Twitch is a bad site? I don't think Twitch itself is inherently bad, but I do not particularly have love for their parent company. Honestly, super secret, deep dark, insider business knowledge. The worst thing about Twitch is they're not hiring people who know how to manage an online media corporation. Twitch is hiring people who know how to run a business, not how to run an online media conglomerate. And that's what's killing them. They're making bad decisions, not from lack of love, from just pure lack of any knowledge or insight into the industry. Seemingly, allegedly, not officially, completely unofficially. I know no actual insider knowledge and will not take any credit for any legal ramifications of my words on stream. I am simply speculating, purely speculative conversation, which is completely messed up, simply managerially and not actually functionally. It's a brilliant site. Completely allegedly, not actual real knowledge in no way whatsoever. TM, legal reasons, lawyers, please don't fire me or attack me. Apparently Twitch loses anywhere up to under $100 per hour people stream. The longer you stream, the more money Twitch loses currently. There's no way you can stand still with that lightning coming down every few seconds.
Meridia's light
The lightning
never fades.
The furthest one away? As soon as I went down it... You can't run while rezzing though, that's the problem if there's 2 people left. But yes, unofficially, completely, possibly made up numbers. I will not verify these or say any legitimate verification process to these numbers, but under $100 per hour per hour anyone streams. Obviously the bigger streamers offset the cost, to be fair. The smaller streamers probably cost more, because it's all balanced by how much money per hour Twitch makes when the streams are live. Massive streamers that get thousands of dollars obviously offset that balance, and smaller streamers offset it in the other manner. But in average, allegedly, fake numbers, it's under $100 an hour loss. Which is why you're seeing more aggressive pushes for monetization and advertising in recent years. Since Amazon took over, I just get murdered? I don't know if, okay, do I need to pay more attention? But no, I don't blame Twitch. I do, probably almost to a fault, blame bigger corporate conglomerates that overrule these companies. And I recognize to a fault, because Twitch isn't blameless. Or... I do not know the actual numbers.
Purple,
But
color of regality and savage dashes in the night
totally
sky.
made up, absolutely fake, not legitimate at all insider knowledge says that Twitch at its current trajectory, without any changes, has maybe 3 years left before they run out of money. But of course, like most companies, they will probably make those changes, such as even more aggressive advertising. Oh, you know the funniest thing about the totally made up, absolutely not legitimate whatsoever insider knowledge? Apparently there's talk of NFT emotes, which I think is hilarious. That one does not have an expected push date. However, there's something that has an expected push date, which is loot box emotes by 2023. Absolutely made up, not legitimate whatsoever insider info. That is completely bullshit. Absolutely not real. That there's going to be loot box emotes by 2023. But it's just a complete, like, there is no bigger badge of absolutely no clue what you're doing than trying to sell NFTs.
Look at it all. I should have let you have Volenfell.
Again, it's just an idea. It hasn't been pushed, and I don't think they have anything actually set in stone for that.
Maybe sorrier.
As far as my completely made-up fictional character who is giving me bogus information goes, he doesn't think that it's going to happen. And there's no indication that it seems to be going through with NFTs. But the fact it's being talked about is funny enough to me. That void wall something that stops giving my brain feels. Either way, I don't blame Twitch. I think Twitch is flailing about because they have the wrong people at the top trying to manage a company that they don't know how to manage. Running Walmart and running Twitch are two entirely different things. Walmart, you can just look at income versus outcome and go, right, well, we need to make the income go up and the outcome go down. Twitch, you can't do that. You need to have a systems and a features list that you're actually implementing. You need to monitor how things are affected. It's way more of a pseudoscience to media companies than it is just looking at a numbers game for something like Walmart. Look at YouTube, for example. No matter how many problems YouTube has, they have good features. They have a great discovery avenue. They have brilliant systems for people to get their name out onto the platform. If you make similar content to MrBeast, you might end up in a recommended YouTube video on MrBeast's channel. Do you know how much good advertising that is? Companies would pay millions to be recommended on a MrBeast video, and you can do it just by making similar content that is similarly watched by similar people. People like you also like, on Steam even. Twitch doesn't have that. They have recommended channels, and they stop at like 4 channels that are recommended for you. Usually it's by category only. That's it. That's your discoverability on Twitch. If you play a game similar to someone, no other affiliation or relation, you might end up on the recommended section. But I get that. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't even take tags into account. So if you have chatty, if you have viewers allowed or backseating allowed or any of those tags, as far as I'm aware, that doesn't come into it. It's very, very deep. Either way, rant over. I like supporting people directly. I don't like using companies like Twitter or Amazon to do it. But I really, really regret not having those tiny little badges of honor.
I am a lady of light, and desecrate her domain with the undead. I will reach your soul.
There you go. 2025 is the expected I've run out of money moment for Twitch, where they do a company overhaul unless they make some drastic changes. And keep an eye out for Luke's box emotes, by the way. Absolutely made up, unlegitimate, not legitimate at all. Super insider info, by the way. Can I get out of this, please? Nope, I got frozen in the good. The search in Twitch is very horrible. Like I say, if you genuinely make competent content, similar to Mr. Beast, you may end up recommended while watching a Mr. Beast video, and that is $1 million advertisement. Just for free with the algorithm on YouTube. That is completely overlooked by whoever's running Twitch. They have no marketability to get no income generated onto that platform. All they're thinking about is how to make the $1 million streamers make slightly more millions of dollars. Which, to be fair, may save them. Assuming that they do collapse. Which is what the completely fake, not legitimate at all inside information suggests.
Going to turn you into one of those puppets? Or just kill you? I can't wait to find out!
Actually, do you want to know something interesting? Twitch is like YouTube, they both make terrible things. Can I get out of this? That's what killed me last time. I don't agree. And that was part of my whole rant just before. YouTube actually does a lot of good. Genuinely a ton of good. For all of its problems, one of the things YouTube is doing right now is trying, on the side, to get a live stream platform somewhat competently. And yeah, they can sort of go about pretty lackluster because they don't really have a... But that's the thing, they don't have super decent stream competition. When it comes to Mixer... What was the other one? PewDiePie used for a while, where he started donating to people. Started with a D. But Mixer's dead. Facebook streaming's a bit of a joke, even though even they have some better systems than Twitch does. You've got Twitch, to be fair. But the interesting thing that ended up happening is that very quietly in the background, not so much... There's been no trumpet fanfare or any big announcements about it. YouTube has been implementing a lot of the things Twitch does well, and doing them better. You may have heard members are a thing that came out a couple of years back. Member emotes are now a thing. All just basically taken from Twitch. I should be healing and I'm DPSing. What am I doing wrong? This is a bad dungeon. Go. Okay. Yeah, YouTube is making some big moves on the streaming side of things. And they're tying it all into the same discoverability algorithms that you get normally. And they're not perfect. And again, I'm not here to defend YouTube, but at least they are a media company, and they know how to make a media platform. That can't be ignored, because what they're doing is great for people who want to get into media. Stood in the red bit. I'm not doing too good at the moment. It is true, YouTube can do whatever they want, and they do get away with quite a lot of atrocious updates that make no sense. The Content ID system definitely could do a lot of works. No matter how much you blame Disney for Content ID, you can blame YouTube for their lack of features defending the people who are in the right. But I suppose that is, again, the crux of Disney's influence, is that Disney doesn't care if you're on the right. They just want to say, hey, we might own this. Well, screw you. But yeah, I don't like the fact... I even feel like Twitch's Content ID system is better than YouTube's. Because, I mean, several things, right? Twitch mutes parts of the VOD.
I will not fail her now.
I saw a glowing lore book.
Warriors of light, join
Did the lore book start a thing? That's very misleading. I religiously pick up lore books, and one of those just killed me. Right. will leave the law book alone. Phrase it like this. YouTube has bad PR, but that devs are good. Whoever's deving and designing YouTube is doing a solid job. They know what they're doing and they know how to get their platform in a healthy position. For all people involved, to be fair. Even if you then get the big rigs up the top and magically just say, hey, Jimmy Kimmel needs a boost. Hey. Stuff like this.
Aurorans, to me!
Oh. Oh. This is awkward. I feel very cheated by that. How thin is the gap in the middle? I swear I made it through. I'm surprised I threw myself into that.
You have yet to taste her power. Gaze into the infinite.
Oh.
Her power courses through me. You will know the sun's fury. The sun warms the righteous and scorches the warriors of light. Join me!
That's a revolt spawn behind you. I don't know if that helped either. boss is sorry. This boss is taking a bit of focus. Yo, yeah, 100%. The best way to market yourself on Twitch is doing it outside of Twitch. That's why you see so many people, even on YouTube, are using the current algorithms on TikTok and other platforms. To be fair, even the shorts on YouTube are really good for boosting your channel. They suck for monetization. They suck for everything except channel growth. Because shorts are being pushed so aggressively that you will be unfairly promoted to your own advantage simply for making a short. Because there's a whole short section just on the YouTube app. Not promoted on the desktop though. But numbers don't lie. If you make a short, you will get growth. And if you can translate that into a real video, then you can turn that into the monetization on YouTube that you would normally be aiming for if you're trying to make a career out of it.
Meridia, lend me your power!
But apparently, the latest craze is TikTok. If you can grow yourself on TikTok.
Lightning is the whip you will use to break you!
Talk good to bro. Transfer that into a channel and use it as an advertisement, basically. To be fair, a free advertisement, really.
Light will flash from the
or even a Twitch channel.
And smite you.
That's the gap. Very concerning that appeared so late. Circle down. We actually might get this without touching. I don't know if this... Oh, no, shoot. Nope, we get teleported anyway. It's fairly low. We go back to 25% health. I put down my safety circle. Put down the dot. And just blown up immediately. It's brutal. We've got the walls coming in too. At least I'm immune to the walls while dead. The second run did go a bit better. Perhaps reset still count.
What happened?
Since I ran into the wall on the first attempt,
it was a blinding flash and then nothing. Never mind. Doesn't matter how you got rid of it. It's gone.
Only big company you kinda like this Valve? Hey! I'm like so neutral to Valve these days. To be fair, they do make good games when they try. And, well, this is less insider info because Valve released a documentary saying so much, I suppose, but they went into a big, giant couple of years where Valve was very creator orientated. Creators have absolute freedom. Go create. And people would start projects, but without the managerial oversight, when creators drove their own careers at Valve, you ended up with a ton of great projects that never left the great idea phase. This would be great. But then 3 months later, oh, this idea is also great, let's just do this instead. Oh, this idea is also great, let's just do this instead. They with the push for Half-Life Alyx, there was the reintroduction of the managerial oversight. This was all sort of explained in the documentary that they released. I forget what channel released it, but there was a documentary released that went through the whole "what have they been doing" segment. And it was apparently just a big, massive chunk of Valve's past decade was structureless. Creators that could do whatever they want, whenever they want, paid to create, but with no managerial oversight and actually seeing anything through. You've had big writers and big lead teams, lead members, have disappeared over the last decade, moving on to new things, perhaps finding their own fulfillment that they're looking for. They might be making some more stuff with more direction, more oversight. I mean, it's one of the most favorite quotes I have from that documentary. No worries. 15. I think my favorite quote from that documentary was, there was inter-company messages while making Half-Life Alyx, where all of these artists were pulling up all of these assets from the Half-Life kit into Source 2. They were upgrading assets and they were putting them into Source 2. They were upgrading everything, using them, putting them into these game files and level design, and being told to start big sweeping Half-Life themed projects. And my favorite quote from that whole thing was one of the people asking, does Gaben even know we're doing this? Does Gaben know we're making a Half-Life game? Apparently he did. And I do have high hopes for Valve. I do not think they've sullied their reputation in the last decade sitting on their hands. But I do hope that they can transfer this into a new golden age. Half-Life Alyx is one of the few games that actually genuinely... no, I'll even go further. It genuinely motivated me to get a VR kit, as did Boneworks and Boneworks sequel. But it's the first actual video game released on VR. Everything else is a tech demo. Even Boneworks is a tech demo and so the sequel, at least, is a bit more of an arena, sandbox arena. But you have things that translate fairly fluently, like Superhot. But there's never been a game designed from the ground up for VR. Half-Life Alyx was. And it seems like a really good, solid game, not just something that you can gawk at while wearing goggles. I have high hopes. They can let me down. And there are very few companies where I would even say I have mid-hopes for. I almost expect EA just to consistently make Trek. It'd be mid-Trek, it's not a bad thing. EA makes... what? What do they make? Battlefield? To be fair, the last Battlefield actually looked like it stunk. But Battlefield 3 and 4, not bad. Battlefield 1 and 5, kinda bad. But they were still Battlefield at the core. And 2042 came along and was like, we're doing a weird thing. Get ready for a weird thing. At least it didn't have any of the shoddy marketing. 2042 or whatever it was. Actually looked like it had decent marketing, but I don't know if 1 and 5 both killed the natural force behind the Battlefield brand. Very likely. You also got the Need for Speed brand, and EA are also having acquired Codemasters, which means they also own the F1 franchise. F1 22 came out to mid-reviews, but seemingly what's new, you know? Same old for F1 and the Codies. EA tried to put the loot box delight cosmetic thing on top with the EA Life, or the F1 Life thing that they're doing. But again, another mid-game. That's the thing. Valve is the only game where I think they would release an amazing game. There are so few companies out there that I would say the same thing. Except for, like, super unknown publishers or super unknown developers. But the one-hit wonders of the indie world are a good example of good games. But when it comes to, like, big business, Valve, genuinely, I agree, is one of the few left that actually have a shred of competence behind their name. Because they haven't besmirched their legacy. They've simply done nothing with it for almost 20 years. There is still a legacy there that they can rekindle love and rekindle joy, bringing people back into those universes. The only thing they risk is a brand new set, 3 generations almost, worth of people that have never played their old games. And you can see that. They've sort of greenlit a lot of new reboots of their old games. Black Mesa came out a couple of years back. And I've not heard a bad thing about Black Mesa. Just sort of people nitpicking like, oh, they, you know, yeah. But never like it's bad. Hunt Down the Freeman, that one I did hear some amusing comments about, but they're one of the few companies left that still have a legacy to completely besmirch. They can squander it. They could drop the ball. They could release something so mid and not what people expected. Or the classic modern... What's the weird roundhead... Ryan Johnson, that's it. Ryan Roundhead Johnson. What did he say about Star Wars? Like, averting your expectations or something? But if you're doing that to the detriment of the product, then you're not really doing anything positive at all, are you? I hate shorts. I do too. But again, if you are, this is all from like a business perspective. If you want to make a business out of making media videos, YouTube content, and streaming, there are things you should engage with. If you want to find natural growth. Shorts are one of them. I loathe shorts. Personally, I will admit, they are bite-sized pieces of content that are so easy to click on, but I don't like them conceptually. I would rather watch a full video of someone playing a game than the 3-second funny clip from that same video. But, you know, stolen straight from the... It's like a merge between clips here on Twitch, which do take the highlights, the best parts of a stream that you may have missed, and sort of, on Twitch it has a purpose of immortalizing the moment, because Twitch VODs only last 2 weeks if you're affiliate and 6 months if you're partner. So you immortalize the best parts for people to come onto your channel and go, hey, look at the clips section. But there's no promotion. That's the difference. YouTube pushes aggressively for their shorts. That's the big difference, is that if you make a funny clips montage on YouTube, or, you know, a Twitch clips equivalent, or a TikTok video equivalent, you will get aggressively pushed into all of the short sections of the platform. Twitch doesn't do that. You have to physically go to the channel and physically search for videos, physically type clips, and then sort by length of time, best ascending by views. So if you want the best ever, that's not the default. The default is best of 30 days by views. If you want to see the funniest clip ever, you have to manually opt in. It's terrible for growth. But TikTok never touched the platform. I'm currently in the process of trying to figure out how to make my smartphone less smart. I want a phone that doesn't have Bluetooth. No, I want a phone that has Bluetooth, but with like certain Bluetooth features disabled, such as that pseudo-location system, but I don't think that'll ever work, because disabling the pseudo-location stuff on my Bluetooth isn't going to stop other Bluetooth devices geolocating me. I I want to cut back on like the location data and everything is going to be cut out. I want to make the user interface way less intuitive so that if I ever have to prove I can't put an app on the phone, I can just hand the phone off and go, you do it then. Having a less intuitive user interface will make them just give up unless they're, well, unless I get unlucky and they know their way around command line interfaces. But I don't want to lose the functionality, say, of having certain apps and functions of my smartphone. Nor do I want to go back to the Stone Age of just having a keypad and a screen and an text message system and a phone dialer. Hence, I'm trying to figure out how best to go about it. Simplest way would just be to put some custom OS onto the phone with a non-intuitive way to install apps from the Google Play Store. That being one of the key features I want to keep is the Google Play Store. But I don't want to make it just an open access click to download thing to be a bit of a lockdown. That way, two things happen. Either my phone is void from any mandated, absolutely compulsory things that are required by government law, or I'm given a phone that can do those things and then I don't care because that phone's not mine, it's not going to have my data. My digital footprint is becoming more important to me. Things like TikTok are just absolutely no-go. I went so bad, actually, and I hate to say this, but Mama Raiden had a sponsor stream the other day, and her sponsor was Genshin Impact. I borrowed my cousin's phone, to his detriment, to be fair, but he was willing to sign on to that. My cousin's phone was Wi-Fi only, had its IMEI slot disabled on the manufacturer's end. So that IMEI, the identifier for the mobile network, was just blocked from every mobile network because it was listed as stolen. That was the anti-theft thing. It wasn't stolen, it was lost and then refound, but basically, you can still connect it to Wi-Fi. That was the phone I installed Genshin Impact on. Not mine, someone else's. I don't like apps like that. There are certain rules and principles I have that I just will not break. My phone may not be super secure currently, but I at least do have a conscious mind to make it better. TikTok is absolutely a no-go zone. As are, well, it's unavoidable really. Without going into the reasoning behind it, I will say three things. I am not going to install an app that is managed, overseen, or developed by Tencent, because Tencent has direct ties to the Chinese government. I will not directly allow any Chinese software onto my phone that has ties to Tencent. The Chinese game on Steam, fine, right? But Tencent is the big worry I have. Tencent and all of their partners and all of their projects that they own and oversee seem to be aggressively pushing kernel level and super invasive, quote-unquote, antivirus. I don't trust their intent. The rebuttal I often hear is that, well, Canada, Five Eyes, and the US do the same thing. Yeah, Canada, Five Eyes, and the US do the same thing. But as far as I can tell, my own country is not my adversary, even if they may be interested in the same data. Still don't like it, but at least I should assume safely that my own nation is not maliciously intent on taking the data for an unknown purpose. Hence, why some apps just principally off limit. Even things like Google. I do have a Google account. Obviously, I have a YouTube account. But I've made sure to meticulously go into my apps and all of my systems, and I turn off everything I can. My phone doesn't know what I sound like, nor does it listen to me. Nor will I ever have a smart device in my house that can listen to me by voice command. There are two types of techs in the world. The first tech jumps with joy when a new product is released. Absolutely loves the product. The product is good because it did thing. They say as they scream at their Alexa to shop for them, put timers for them, tell them when to wake up, tell them when they have appointments, tell them everything. Tell them everything, little Timmy. Alexa needs to know every appointment in your life, as well as what medications you're on and when to take them. Needs to know everything. No question. It's a good product because it makes everything automatic, doesn't it? It even does your lights. I'm the kind of person that puts a shotgun next to my printer in case it makes a funny noise. And if it makes that funny noise, God help it, I'm using the shotgun on it. I think I've ranted enough. Company bad, technology bad. Everyone has malicious intent to some degree. You need to just pick where you're going to send your data for free and how you're going to protect what you can. Some people don't care, and more power to them. I wish I was so carefree to not give a shit. It would be so much easier just to go, I don't care, Google gives me a good service, and that is justification for them to take my data. I wish I had that mindset to just be like, I don't care because it's a good product. And yeah, you're allowed to. There's nothing wrong with it. I just can't stand it. My grandma's sensibilities want to go back to when we just used Telegram, not the app. Not literally. I do think these technologies do have good purpose, but that's the curse. It's always a good reason to sell your soul. Never a bad deal. It's a good deal. Think of how much you can automate by having an Alexa in your house. I forgot the third thing I was meant to be doing. I've done 2 out of 3 things in my downtime, and I forgot the third. So we're just going to merge with the ball. I am still here. Hello. Yeah, send me an invite. I know I do have very strong opinions when it comes to technology, which is fascinating. It's really amusing. I've worked technology my whole life. I got into it as a hobby when I was in junior high, buying computers secondhand from the local school after they wiped them. They basically magnet the drive to keep data secure, and they sold them off. And then I would wipe them and do what I wanted with them. That was junior high, and somehow I managed to turn it into a career. I'm blessed that I have managed to do so, because it is a brilliant hobby and a great career to get into. But the longer I work the career, the more I really want that shotgun loaded next to the printer. The more technology advances, the closer I get to going Stone Age. I've joked in the past about technology peaking at the wheel, but the older I get, I warm up to the idea of technology peaking at the wheel. I do actually wonder how unpopular that opinion is. I mean, thinking it through, like, how unpopular is it to genuinely start thinking that digital technology might be not worth the price you pay just to have it? And I can't even, like, that's a very broad stroke, because obviously some digital technology is life-saving, literally. Nintendo still make good games? That's fair. I just don't think I'm the right audience for Nintendo. Animal Crossing looks... That's the weirdest thing. I actually have Animal Crossing on the 3DS. looks like such a good game. Then I play it and I get bored. Don't know what synapse I don't have because it seems like such a brilliant game that I would love. A collectionaire, where you get to build your own house. It's basically Minecraft at that point, but framed differently. But it's the framing that loses me. I don't know why I can't get into Animal Crossing. But not to say it's a bad game, it's just not my jive and I can't figure out why. Because I want to like it so bad. Miitopia, a game I've actually really wanted to get someday. I would love to stream Miitopia just so I can have that theme song play for like 10 minutes in the intro. Very good. But Miitopia would be great just to be able to put people into the game. You create Miis, you can send in Miis. So if you can create a Nintendo Mii, you can send the code to me and I can put you in the game as one of the fighters. That one I actually think I would like to get. But that's about where it ends. I have Breath of the Wild and I beat the tutorial and went meh. Giant open world, but for what ends? I have seen people do cool things with Breath of the Wild. So many Nintendo games. I think that's my curse. They feel like better games to watch other people play than they do for me to play. Miitopia being the one exception that I really, really want to get. But you go back to the old days. I have Ocarina of Time that I want to play on the DS. I bought that recently. Just be a passenger in your own. Yeah, well, I would hope it's not that bad, but it seems to be the direction we're heading. Never followed up on this, but apparently Scotland was subpoenaing Alexas used and purchased and maintained in Scotland to give the government information on thought crime. I don't even mean that like jokingly, like haha the meme. Like if you just said something quietly to yourself and Alexa heard it and it was not allowed by the government. No worries. Yeah. I never followed up on whether or not that went through. The Scottish government was looking at subpoenaing Alexa's data search and all of the stuff that you tell it. Quietly mumbling to yourself in the kitchen, Alexa's listening in and the Scottish law enforcement might like to know what you're saying. I don't know logistically how well that could be enforced. Obviously Alexa is listening for key phrases, so it wouldn't be too difficult to add a key phrase that simply phones 911, or the Scottish equivalent. But, yeah. I would hope it's not actually that bad, and I would hope that that was not put into law. Because, well, I don't know what Scottish law is like. But when things like that do go through, they often spread. Telegram app is great. I don't mind it, but I don't use it. You want to hear more of my rants? And at this point, we should change the category to just chatting, shouldn't we? Your major is CS, you like technology, but it could be and is used in very bad ways. I agree. I think I would agree with that sentiment. It's not the technology I have a problem with. It's the people that make it and how it's used. I mean, the fact that one of the best assets of the 21st century, 95% of people on this planet don't know about. No, I'll drop that down. The best asset of the 21st century, the biggest money-making, giant, massive, vague ball of information is people's data. I would drop 95 down to 65. Because over the past 3 years, you've had people on YouTube and around the place non-stop advertising for VPNs for security reasons. I think people know about it. I just don't think a lot of people care. I would rephrase that 95% to people that don't seem to mind. One of the biggest money-making systems in the world of the past decade. Past millennia? No, what's the century? That's the 100 one. And it's not even... I would say it's not regulated. It's that the people that are worth that don't seem to care that they're getting ripped off in the deal. If you're going to look at it from a purely financial standpoint, yeah. Redgar! Thank you for paying your tithe to the Bird Empire. Bouncer Bock if you're told to stand down for another 72 hours. I'm scaring people off by talking about technology. Can Alexa even understand Scottish accent? That'll be the trick. Shout at Alexa in Gaelic and she won't have a clue. Most VPNs are scams? I don't know. Take a VPN with your own grain of salt, but I personally wouldn't take one that stores your data on storage. I've only got the one main. Are we doing that sort of low level? I'll log then. I only have the ones... I don't have any other characters besides my level 10 for dungeoning though. How long are we going to be doing dungeons for? Okay, but then I probably won't log to my low level then. Sorry about that. I don't think all VPNs are scams. I think NordVPN was outed for a pretty bad play on their part. Logging back into them, Joss. But NordVPN got called out for having a data breach for over 6 months before they announced that there was even a data breach. When you're a company that deals with secure traffic and your intent is securing traffic and that's your entire business model, I understand you don't want to say, hey, we fucked up and your secure traffic is insecure, but at the same time, doing nothing only makes it worse. That being said, if you use a VPN that stores your data in memory for the duration of your connection and wipes your storage when you're complete, you close the connection. That would be the standard I would look for. I've logged if you got the invite. Oh, I'll have to drop out of the group when Sorry, I'm dropped out of the group just now. But I would look for a system that doesn't keep your memory in storage. Look for something that uses either flash storage or I think that's what they call it. Or just doesn't have physical storage media for the service. That is way less volatile, such as memory-only storage is a good solution. And I think if they're willing to provide that service, you can probably trust them. But they're also willing to keep most of your traffic safe. When the traffic itself is wiped after 24 hours or after your connection stops, safe bet that they either care for it as a business model because they want your money, in which case they want to protect that business model, or they care for it because they actually care about privacy and data. If it stores it on physical media like hard drives or servers, I wouldn't. That would be the line I draw. And funny thing, Tor puts you on the FBI watch list. Simply looking Tor up, downloading Tor, or running Tor browser, connecting to an onion site, all are flags for the FBI extremist watch list. Again, I will defer back to the idea about I trust my own government to not hate me as much as an adversarial nation. But at the same time, that is a kind of amusing thing. Protecting your data privacy and being interested in data security is enough to get you listed as an internet extremist and put on the FBI watch list. Because I don't think Tor is a great service. You can buy Tor hardware. You can genuinely buy Tor server hardware that integrates to Onion services. Of course, you might need it to run a Tor's website. If you're running an Onion website, you probably need access to the hardware. And I wonder if buying the physical stuff, you know, is that going to put you on a watch list too? Is running a, do you think running a business, maintaining and managing an Onion website makes you an FBI extremist? Drop on the job again. It is out of range. He's so drunk he's not even there. So I can be a bit more blasé about the thing we're doing and just rattle on plateau. Jumping ship? Where are we, by the way? Anchor Colorway? Tamriel, I think I can do with Anchor Colorway. Quest line. Going, Gradgar. Be a little late in the night for you, wouldn't it? I really look. I gotta change the subject because I'm gonna go insane and make myself all moody and sad if I keep talking about modern cultural issues. But I had a brilliant thing planned for stream today, and I booted up without actually having set anything up. Got the stream running, and then realized afterwards, oh, I actually. Like a half hour to 40 minutes away from being ready. I closed it back down. In the time I closed it back down, I got a ping on Discord that apparently said I had signed up to do a fancy trial. Which I had. And it was an hour away, which it was. So, we've kind of sort of plateaued in Elder Scrolls a little bit. I don't know if I could segue back to my original plan. Probably not. How long have we been live? 3 hours? I think we'll just stick with Elder Scrolls and we'll go do a bit of grind. Celestial is probably going to be the one and then leave for dinner, so not too much grind. But maybe we could just sit ourselves in a couple of dungeons. Play some Tales of Tribute! A Tales of Tribute would be brilliant actually, just to sit down and chill. I can get my daily stuff done. Apparently you win a couple of thousand PvP matches, but I've not actually done any PvP. So I'm going to be very curious doing my first PvP match, blundering through that. But I do need money. Get rid of that because I've missed my marker back there. There's a couple of PvP currencies I need before I can finish up any of my jewelry crafting stuff. I've got 20 days to get as much of the PvP currency as I can get, or bribe someone else to get me the PvP currency for me. Or buy the things for me and just trade them. 20 days before I've researched... Actually, no. It's 20 days before I've researched Harmony. I've already got Triune on the ring. So I can make them now. The only thing I'm missing is the materials. Zircon plating, I have 2. That's 70k per. I also need. And the Triune trait item, the other part I'm missing, which is another 60, 70,000 on the market. So I'm up for about 140k per item to buy. Really not viable. Can't just rob guildmates though. Although I will say I'm very biased to just buying from guildmates with a massive disregard for cost. Maybe I should check. I haven't checked the guild store of the new guild I joined. Got the odd Misfits and Unicorn Brigade. Two guilds I've got a part of. Unicorn Brigade, I do keep track of their market because I use their market infinitely more than I think I'll use anyone else's. Can't hurt to go check the odd Misfits and see how they're doing. I'll just postpone the plan I have for today till another day, because I had this whole big thing I wanted to do for the intro, just hence why I had to close stream down and restart it. Which backfired once we found out that we were doing the trial today. The trial I only went through once.
Here we go.
Actually expecting it to be a bit
Now
longer.
this should do it. Finally, this nightmare will come to an end.
Oh,
Are
hello.
you insane, Shifty? You'll kill us
Hello.
all!
That's the point, friend. This is no way for a man to live.
Oh. Am I allowed to ask what was wrong with them that he would condemn all of them to death? I was gonna say the only thing I can think of that might justify that would be vampirism or any other curse of affliction. Well, they seem to be worried about dying before they were skipped. I don't know what affliction they might have. I'm just thinking there's not a whole lot in the universe that would be worth dying over. Vampirism's one of the few. Everyone has this thing. I don't know where you get it. I don't know what almost wiped us there. It's a little concerning. Tired o'clock? Understandable. It's always surprising seeing Australians pop in at this hour. Oh. Can't really say much. I've always been a night owl myself, so... Such is the life. Spending 6 months waking up at midnight and streaming till 10 in the morning. Perhaps I shouldn't question too much when people are up at other hours. These days, it's easier than ever. Flexible work from home arrangements. Hey! Collected from the trial. There's a part of me that wishes... I don't like the idea, but there's a part of me that wishes I had the silent music channel on stream and not on VOD. So that I could play things like Scissor Sisters Live. It's still technically copyright infringement, it's still technically against TOS, but for the time being they can't detect it while live unless they have human moderation, which seems to be something that current Twitch head staff are absolutely coming back on. In-person moderation is not a priority. In-person anything doesn't seem to be a priority. I didn't actually know this, but apparently if you were a partner, you used to have like a person you could talk to directly that was kind of like your manager. They were your representative into the company. They all disappeared. I definitely haven't heard of that happening recently. You just have a generic support tab on the affiliate page. That's probably just the same for the partners. Click the support link where we take you to the page where you put in a ticket. Probably outsource the reply. I'm getting back into the full circle loop. My pessimism of technology and companies. Company bad. There you go. Full company bad. That'll make you look bad. What other, you know what, let's flip that. What other companies do good? Let's have a moment to reflect on companies you would actually recommend that may not be terribly harmful to your soul. People are skellies now. Okay. 5, 1, 3 after this. Instead of 3 after this. 2. Overhealing, but that's fine. Isn't there a bag in here somewhere? Let's twist the theme. Instead of going company bad, what are some good companies that do well? To be fair, when it comes to the product and the services provided, I don't think you can fault many companies, because that's the one thing they have going for them, is they do provide a service, and it is at least the service it does exist. It's there. If you want that service or product, there you go. Provided. Is it good? Who knows? Most companies own a monopoly on whatever they do. At least not objectionable. But, again, what about companies that go above and beyond to actually make you a good product or a great service or make you want to support them? How many times have you gone back willingly to support a place? And I'll start. The first company I ever wanted to support, willingly go back to and spend more for the privilege of buying there, was my local butcher. I know. Not exactly something I can share the boon of with other people, but still, genuinely, that was my answer. I ended up religiously shopping at my local butcher instead of buying anything off the shelf in plastic wrap. And I still don't regret it. I'd probably end up I'd pay a crapload more for bacon, like you would not believe, for several reasons. And I will say, they cut their bacon way too thick, and I often ask them to turn the slicing machine back down. That means buying 10 slices of bacon also costs more, because they weigh it. It's charged by weight. So when you're buying 3 pounds of bacon, and they cut it twice as thick as what you want, you buy twice as much bacon. It's so good having thick cut bacon though. I can't deny it's really worth it. But it's like a treat. You can't do that every week. You can't go down and get half a dozen slices of bacon cut the size of your thumb every week. Like a damn steak. It's so good. go. You ever had bacon and eggs with thick cut bacon? It's so good if you can actually char grill that stuff. You get the same crispy coating that you normally get on thin cut bacon. But I digress. A company that I really, really do want to go back and willingly will support for as long as I can, as much as I can, is my local butcher. I followed through with my local baker and my local greengrocer as well, just because I like people who can tell me about the product. And holy cow, good lord, do you know I went my whole life never knowing how good real jug of milk is with cream on top? To think that was taken for granted for so long. A real jug of milk with real cream, but do yourself a favor. Find yourself a place, a dairy, or even just a brand in the supermarket or the mall or wherever you go shopping. Go to Walmart and see if you can find milk with cream on top. And I mean, like, don't buy the one that's got all the weird ingredients on the back. Just milk and cream. That's all the ingredient list should say. I buy milk. I don't even think it lists the cream as an ingredient because the cream just settles there over time when they sell it. So it's just 100% milk, but it does have that layer of cream. Make yourself a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and let the tiny little bits of cream from the top just fall into the mug and melt and give you the best homemade tea or coffee you've ever had. It makes that much of a difference. On top of that, you also had honey. It is so weird, the difference between store-bought honey and like just a genuine bucket of honey from the beekeeper. I don't mean honeycomb. My greengrocer has honey from a local beehive or a local beekeeper here in the state, and they just buy it from them directly. There's no processing, nothing added. And do you know how weird it is being... Ooh, it's a heavy... Did everyone else walk past this heavy sack up here without realizing? I only just saw it. I got honey from my greengrocer. It doesn't crystallize. That was the one thing that surprised me. I've always heard good honey will crystallize. This stuff doesn't. This stuff doesn't crystallize. It just sits there like a puddle of honey. It goes off color and it goes firm and solid, but all of those crystallized honeys that I was told were the good product, it doesn't happen when I just buy honey directly from the source, which is weird to me. It feels like a different product. The other thing I noticed, it's way less strong in flavor. If you buy honey off the shelf, it's got a very strong flavor. Comparatively, at least. This honey, it's the sort of thing, you obviously don't need to do this, but I'm still weaning myself off the store-bought honey onto this new stuff from the greengrocer. If you're up for it. I don't know the exact ratio, but it seems like you need twice as much honey for the same amount of taste, the same amount of flavor. If you want... It feels like you need more honey to get the same strength of honey flavor. And I found that is seemingly universal. If I put a teaspoon of honey with my cup of coffee, I won't taste it. If I get a thin layer of honey spread across toast, I'll barely taste it. It's a lot weaker in flavor. I don't know, I'd say that's terribly bad. It's something to adjust to for sure, because if I want a cup of coffee with a bit of honey in it, I go from a teaspoon to a tablespoon to taste the honey. Which is overkill. I need to wean myself down off of that and actually start enjoying the less intense flavor, I'd call it. I In the USA because your accent is very unique. Child of the world, unfortunate. My favorite thing I like to say. Born in Australia, raised by Irish. My heritage is at least... I need to get this checked because I hate saying at least. I want to know for certain what the other quarter of me is. But I'm at least 75% Irish. And you bloody well wouldn't be able to tell from the accent. You would have not a clue I'm of Irish descent. Just by listening to me. Not even slightly. I don't even sound like UK. Like, I'm so not Irish, I don't even sound British. But I'm a Machiavelli, and the Machiavellis were Macanurnies, and I do believe... Let's actually have a look. We've got a bit of downtime where people are relogging. Let's have a look. Let's look for Macanurny Castle. Because there was a lord in our family in recent memory, in living memory. My grandparents knew the guy that inherited the castle. In living memory, we had a lord in Ireland. And it was sold for gambling money. Macanurny Castle. Macanurny Castle. Typical day in Ireland. Touring the Macanurny Castle. It is spelt, if you want to search this up. Holy shit, do we have a crest? Do we have a crest? Macanurny has a Wikipedia page. The name Macanurny is of noble Irish origin, where it was found in the modern Irish form of Mac and Archinigan. Archini. It's not an N, it's a H. And in the old and literary forms, blah blah, yeah, okay, what, right? Macanurny has a crest, a family crest with 3 lions. The Macanurny coat of arms. Parent house, Dulwich Cut. Founder. Unchatar Maccomaran. County. Kingdom of Thomond. Oh, did I miss the invite? Did I miss the invite? Sorry. Sorry. I heard the sound. I heard the sting for the miss, not for the thing popping. Kingdom of Limerick is a kingdom of Gaelic Ireland associated as the... Ready? Associated geographically with present-day County Clare and County Limerick, as well as parts of County Tipperary. Tipperary! I have to find out. I didn't know we went this far back, or this well known. I need to find out if this is them. I was a Macanurny 3 generations ago. 3 generations ago, the family was Macanurny. I'm not that far cut from this family. I'm twice married out at this point. Macanurny's into the Machiavellis, and the Machiavellis married into the Powers, and I was born under the name Power. But twice removed, descendant of the Macanurny lordship? I need to find out. I know we had a castle. I didn't realize we did this. My fault for never having bloody Googled before, right? But this is insane. Not the sort of thing I was expecting to stumble across. I'm only twice removed. 2 generations ago in Macanurny. I think that's how twice removed works, isn't it? Married out twice. Spiders in there! Is that the new pack mule? How does he work? Does he just add inventory stats? 500. Fuck. Hey, holy cow. Oh yeah, just a casual 500 inventory. Oh god, I did. Be hard pressed to say no, because the amounts I can't write. That's not enough. Right, yeah. Oh, not 500. Alright. Oh. I'll give people an option. What should we do? After we finish dungeoning here with Celestial and Splatitude, should we A, Brain? Brain left the building. Spider. I do apologize for anyone with arachnophobia. This dungeon is not exactly very friendly to people with spider sensibilities. But we get the AoE server down, and we'll put one down here. 2. And 3. Get back to my DPS. 4. Another dot down. And we'll switch back to my healing in a bit. AoE. 3. 2. 1. 5. 4. 2. For the mob's time. One of the choices is going to be going to a library or any place that has a lot of bookshelves, and we're going to do a bit of light reading. Find out what we can read on the books. See if we can read anything of interest.
Kill them all. No mercy.
Why do spiders always sound like that? Like a spider talks, it's always an old woman who's smoked for 90 years. One day I'd like to meet a spider who doesn't sound like a 90-year-old woman who's been smoking her whole life.
Spider! Healer!
That was a tribute. I remembered. I remembered.
I need healing.
So, the options were we can go do some light reading, or we could go play the card game. What is playing? What happened to Scissor Sisters? That generic dance thump thump music playing. I have that question for multiple reasons. Why do I have generic dance thump thump music? Also, why is it playing instead of Scissor Sisters? No, there is no way it isn't Scissor Sisters. Is this a remix of one of their songs then? What's this? I will call you Fez. don't know how many sentient talking versions of cats we have.
Set it ablaze!
There's seemingly a lot of new semi-KHAJIIT species, but it's really weird to see that that's not considered beast folk. Like Argonians and actual KHAJIITs were at one point. Well, I guess no, beast folk's not the right term. I think I'm just inferring lesser from beast folk there. Whoops. Already answered.
I'll kill you all.
I think you can soul trap the little buggers. That's usually that's the test. You can soul trap it, and it shouldn't have rights. That's how the Ava works, right? How Adra adopted these when they made everything.
Bullshit!
I do actually wonder. Obviously, for gameplay reasons, soul trapping a human is a bit morbid. Or any humanoid. Has to be a way to block that, isn't it? But that was the gameplay reason. You can't soul trap a human because you fight super high amounts of humans in all of these games. If you could soul trap a human, you would have super high powered soul gems on tap all the time. You can't. What is this?
Friend, you seek to sell honest goods?
Well, like this, I think is like there seemed to have been no ladder. It's an Elder Scrolls theme park. Very confusing one at this point. Why don't you sort by the symbols? Prototype, that's a treasure. Can I just... Why do treasures not show up? Treasure, long guarded, embroidered with root, covered in burns and scorch marks that ring. Roller 2, treasure. Oh. What I was buying for a second there. Polished garner. Supple root. Write down the things we actually want to. Hello.
It was a nightmare. A nightmare.
What was that thing? Really, a spider danger.
A monster. No doubt some vile beast from the darkest
Is that
reaches of
meta-knowledge?
oblivion.
No.
I can't imagine how it got
We
here.
have tomes
I have no
and
idea
books
why
and
it
books
would
and
do
books
such
on the Daedra and Aedra. I'm sure knowing what a spider Daedra looks like is not meta. Premium Undaunted Exploration Supplies. I just got a mail for exploration supplies. What does that trigger from? I'd already got the Undaunted. Sorry, I'd already got the daily reward. I don't know what the exploration. Oh. Right. It does say exploration supply. What that used to say. It might just be for the Undaunted event. Undaunted box. Did you get the daily reward? Oh. That caught me off guard. I don't know what an exploration bonus was for though, but I just have to pay attention next time. Crafting motifs, silken ring. It is selling 7,000 apparently. Silken ring helmets. But again, we might as well eat everything since we're on a crafter. We also have scale cooler boots. I love how frequently we're getting style motifs drop at the moment. Style page, opal bloodsworn staff. So the style stuff is just for me only. I can't craft it. Crafting is different to style. For the crafting motif, we will need, but we can sell this. This has sold for 50k. Averages 800,000. Wow. Maybe we will sell that? I mean... I just got opal bloodsworn staff as a style motive. Is that actually good? The price says it's really, really good. Rare. I don't know. Like, if that's my first $1 million style motive, though, I won't think about selling it for that. 80k? $50k is still pretty agreeable. Right. Overlay. Where were we? Is the place... Sorry, I had like 4 whole conversations and asked a bunch of questions. Is the place you like? Small shop that sells falafel? Falafel? Brain? There's an L at the end, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Falafel. I buy it from them at least weekly. They know me so much you could say to them I will pay the next day and they will be okay. I'm getting close to that point. I have a terrible habit of making a name for myself by ordering crazy things. I get combination euros from the butcher and I'm the only person that does. They remembered my name by week 3. By my 3rd visit, they were like, by name, hi, how are you going? That was something that caught me off guard. Just the personal relationships with these tiny shops is worthwhile. They know you. You can say the usual. Like, that's such a thing, such a mood. Can I get the usual? Absolutely. But I've got the same thing going, where there's a pizza bar down the road from the butcher, but I don't go there for the pizza. I've been meaning to try their pizza out lately. What I go there for is for the southern fried chicken. They do a southern fried chicken with melted cheese on top, and I get, for an extra $1, I get the al fungi sauce, which is a creamy white cheese with mushroom. It's a creamy white sauce with mushroom. And the way they layer it is that they cook the chicken, then they put the al fungi, the creamy white sauce on top, and then they melt the cheese on top of that. So it's fried, it's southern fried chicken, southern style chicken. Then it's baked so that the cheese melts. And the al fungi is onto that. It's so good. It is genuinely, the portion size is phenomenal as well. It's something like $15. It's almost a meal for 2. But because of my absolutely weird sauce choice, they know me by name. And I don't even mean like the person who mans the phone. Because I ring and I'm like, can I get this? And I order by voice, because if I do it, if I order normally through the app or anything else, it doesn't translate well. I've had al fungi on the side, I've had al fungi only, no cheese. All sorts of crazy combinations, but they all know me by name now. It's the Lucy order. I go in, it's the Lucy order. I have an actual, it's not on the menu. But if a couple more people pick up my order, if a couple more people clue on to this al fungi sauce on the chicken combination, I swear it's going to be put on the menu. It's going to be called the damn Lucy burger or something. The Lucy pack. But it's so bad. They know me. I can go in and say, oh yeah, the usual. They'll give me the schnitzel with the Alvangian cheese on top. Even the cooks know me by name. I think it's an affront to order that, but it is such a unique thing to order that I've definitely carved the name out in that shop. But, yeah, when it comes to big companies, I struggle to think of many. Valve's on the redemption arc, apparently. But besides that... The Boring Company seems more like a look what I can do sort of thing. I don't really know how much I like the Boring Company. Seems like a rich man's way to have his whims and fantasies fulfilled. And then the Boring Company makes tunnels. Maybe. Depending on how those tunnels are actually turning out. I haven't paid attention to that at all. I just know it exists, and I know they're doing things. But... bleh. Not following. And then, of course, the kingpin of the whole lot, Tesla Motors. I don't mind them. The fact they based their first car on a Lotus, honestly, minor props. I don't mind Lotus design. Even the new ones. Lotus is one of the few cars that have gone through a design overhaul and still kept their original flow, the original look, and not turned but ugly. Like Lamborghini and Ferrari. Just Ferrari, not so much but ugly as Lamborghini, but Lamborghini was just like, we need more fenders and fins and blades. Let's become an edgy 12-year-old's wet dream. And they did. You know how much I long to even go back to the days of the Murcielago. And I thought the Murcielago was butt ugly when it came out. I was like, ew, grotty, gross. It's got big fat tail lights that don't fit the design style whatsoever. There's no angles like it used to be. It's all flat and floppy. But even now, it's like, can we go back to the Murcielago, please? Heaven forbid the Diablo, the pinnacle of that design, and the predecessor that born the idea in the first place was the Countach. I'm free if there's invites going up. I just remembered, stuck behind these planks of woods over here in Crafting Bay. Struggling. Wow, my brain has been fried. I don't know what I did over the last couple of days that made my brain this fried, but I have sunk to a point where I can't even keep a thought going. An interruption and return to the thought. What? What? What was I talking about? Never mind. Segue back. Good honey will never crystallize, but I don't know a lot about honey because you don't like it. That's fair. And I do sound Irish. I can't pick it for the well, definitely not stereotypically Irish, but I don't know when it comes to the more British Irish sound. I don't really know much about that phonetics. The Boring Company. The Boring Company was the company that... It's Elon Musk's company that made flamethrowers. I don't remember what the Boring Company did after flamethrowers, but they have a couple of products that they sell. The Boring Co. flamethrower was their opening starting product. The Boring Company, as in bore a hole in the ground company, is the tunneling one. And I appreciate the pun, the play on phrasing. The fact he has two companies that phonetically sounded it. But let's go look at the Macanani Castle. The Macanani Castle apparently is part of the Tommans Kingdom. Kingdom of Tommans. I'm gonna have to ask my grandparents because this is in their living memory. So, this established 1543. So let's chase Tommen back to the Docassian. Our Gaelic Irish tribe, being a branch of the Daisy Muman. Things of Tommen. This might be going back a bit too far, but there's the McInerney family name. County is the Kingdom of Tommen. So the McInerneys were lords under the King of Tommen. We have 3 lords. So, which lord? Notable McInerney. Bernie McInerney, 1936. See, I know I'm 3rd generation away from the McInerney family, but I know 2 generations ago, well, technically 3 generations ago is when they moved here. So we'd be going back to 1800. It'd have to be. Because my grandparents were kids when they moved out of Ireland. So it'd have to be back a fair while. But all of these people are... Oh, hang on. Born. So, not look at the second number. If it says born 1937. Shane McInerney. I have an uncle called Shane. Not Shane McInerney, though. I wonder... Frank. Is there no Frank? No, there's no Frank McInerney, because Frank was a child of the McAvenny family. McInerney married into McAvenny. McAvenny's had children, and Frank is a notable McAvenny. He was actually a pretty prominent name, but he's not a McInerney, so he wouldn't be here. McInerney Holdings plc, former Irish construction company. But where's the castle? Where I need to go back and see the castle. I do wonder here, notable McInerneys, are these all verified descendants? Can I Wikipedia it myself on here? Not a McInerney, I can't. Who else do we have? Sarah, Tom, Tim, Thomas, Paddy, Owen, Oscar, Nick, Niall, Leo, John, Jeff, Jay, James, Ian, Jerry, George, Brandon, and Bernie. 2 Irish hurlers, born 4 years apart with the same name. I'm ready when everyone else is. There you go. Political figure in Canada. Apparently we've split all over the globe at this point. These are all true descendants under the name. The worst part about being part of a family that was married out of a big name like this, I don't have any claim. But it's so cool to think that my great-grandparents are part of this family.
You don't look pallid. Or dead. Enough to be with this lot. I could use your help.
Survey of the McInerney Scepter. Come on. Let's go back to the McInerney Castle. First is on the McInerney family. Oh no. Is McInerney Irish or Scottish? Okay. Well, we gotta get back into the game. But... Melons. We'll have to look up where the castle is. It's been a dream of mine, honestly, one day. Go visit the castle. I would absolutely love to tour the castle. I don't know who owns it anymore. It's not in the family, sadly. Doesn't mean I'll not go and see it.
Now kill!
We're prepping before running in, so I don't know if this is bad or not. Oh. How long have I been unmuted? Oh no. Oh no. Did I leave my mic on? I'm sorry. I know I can account for 75% Irish lineage, but I don't know past grandparents, so I don't know how genuine that is. And the last quarter, don't have a clue. I have been unmuted that whole time in the Discord. Everyone's been okay.
They're here sooner than expected.
No
matter. You will go
I hate
further
that.
and your bones will join this.
I hate that. I've been unmuted the whole time. Well, hey.
The way is shut. Nothing you can do will change that.
Right. Well, there you go. Oh.
The dead are tired. Are you?
I don't know what it is. Part of my brain. I can ramble to myself. I will ramble to people I know. If you're here, if you're in free will, rambling ain't so bad. I detest being open mic and rambling on Discord. I loathe the idea, and I'm paranoid what it makes people think. Because it's just an open stream of thought. I don't curate what I say. I'm not having a conversation. I am ranting, raving, lunatic, speaking nonsense, dribbling out the mouth. It is not something I normally appreciate being broadcast. And the opt-in situation of the platform here on Twitch makes it a little bit more appealing. But
there, the barrier has been dispelled.
Oopsie
now to find out if they were so interested
I just have to deal with the fact that we're always listening to you ramble about the Irish macaroni family.
To deliver yourself to me, Zaan. Oh, what's this? Don't. How disappointing. Here I thought I might finally acquire the missing piece.
Move on. Make sure I monitor my. Make sure I monitor my macro. is this stressful? I don't know. It stresses me out.
I wonder what will make
I also don't know how long I've been. Can I turn the overlay off? I did.
What's it do?
They hate it when you breathe.
Strike! Now!
Where were we? What's, yeah, okay. I've seen the game sort of at the moment to take my mind off of the fact I was just playing for Lord knows how long. People like admittedly don't know awfully well. I've been raiding with them for, well, I've been playing the game for 100 days, been raiding with them nearly half a dozen times so far. Embarrassing to just randomly come on here like, oh, that. Nothing. Harmless brain. I just hate doing it. Eating soda is harmless. I hate doing that too, but it doesn't stress me out. I drink sweet soda. I eat soda all the time. I let it go crunchy and munch the bottle. I hate soda. The rations are reversed. That's why I go into like hibernated periods. I don't leave the house for months at a time. Because it's just easier. Now I'm doing stuff online and talking to people online. And even I'm not annoyed from these things happening. Still. Brain. English. You're actually using a lot of bank space. Brain. I like the little gua. Take a photo of the little gua. Bugged. I don't know what's happening.
weren't just lying around this cavern.
I've never done this dungeon.
On reanimating simple beasts. I'm gonna dig through the notes.
This dungeon not very long ago.
You can discover deeper in.
I did this dungeon not pretty long ago. Surprised I'm getting achievements for it. Oh, is this bad? I feel how some bad dungeons are insane, others are just kind of like, yeah, it was like an old. It's true, sometimes it's just a single boss that's a nightmare. I've managed to make peace with the fact that I ignored most of what I said, wasn't paying attention to what I said, not very conversationally absent-minded, not paying attention to what other people were saying. Very observing rare. Made peace. Whatever happened, happened. And I will not solve anything by simply being dumb about it. This place is new.
Calurian, see that our uninvited guests are made comfortable for a very long stay.
How much more of your company must I endure, Orin? None of you see what I have been reduced to?
Going pretty well.
Finally, a moment's peace.
I'd have expected a lich of such power to be behind this cabal.
The master's
This
throat.
one seems to be
Should I let the spasms kill you?
So many of the things you've broken I can easily replace, but Calurian, he was a unique specimen. He'll never be the same. And what are these two without the third? Incomplete, ancillary, superfluous. Ulfnor,
Sorry,
Savina,
kill you.
smash yourselves to dust against these
No, you're
landlords.
Might as well enjoy it.
It only draws out the suffering.
Didn't even look like I was stunned. Just couldn't move for a bit there. Maybe I was a little scepter. I look now. This pose of liberation and the way up.
Like old times. Sabina.
That would be the story I've heard.
Old times.
Sold gambler, apparently. Sold the whole county and castle. I do wonder if there's any... Oh. It's enough Wikipedia for what it's worth, so the name has to mean something.
The great scrape of chains is all I need.
I'm doing that thing where I can't move it.
My chains are broken.
Beef. I'm so slow compared to everyone in this game.
Powering the summoning circle. We have to destroy it.
One.
It's like it's drawing its power from beyond the veil. Valorian, can you help?
If I must.
I hope the bastard lets me keep her. Rich. I think I'll cling to life a little longer.
Another crystal. Destroy it.
Shielding, but keep the bodies intact.
We'll need to destroy this crystal before I can dispel the barriers. This seal is like the last one. I'll need help to break it.
This one's mine! Nothing can stop Ulf Northern!
I'm so glad you could be here for my moment of triumph. I promise your interest in my work will be rewarded.
At last I can unveil the
Centerpiece of my collection. Servo-kun. Oh, how exquisite it turned out to be.
And your shattered bodies will
I
make
can't
the
undo his
perfect
spell.
set dressing.
Not while he's fighting me. You have to be the ones to stop this.
I'll try. break you too
Very
much?
impressive summon animation if I've ever seen one, going from ethereal to solid. I don't remember what animation cycle you see for summons.
The clatter and scrape of old bones is music to my ears.
Earn your freedom. Help us defeat Orange.
Ah!
I don't normally play with my creation. Today, I'll make it such a... How beautiful. Go! Let's see, shall we?
Come on!
These reanimations are trivial. Can you keep up?
I need to slow down my double tap time. I'm gonna do that really quickly. How do I slow down my double tap? Just really quickly before we go again, where do you find the timing to double tap dodge roll? I don't see. What category is it under? Controls under key? The timing for it's not there though, it's in settings, isn't it? What over? Oh, there it is.
I'll enjoy this. Forgotten dead are eager to taste life. Go. Let's see, shall we?
Captive spirits, I release you. Lend us your aid.
These weak-willed souls are no match for me.
So, merely pulling the strings will not be enough. Then allow me to be whole.
Come, or see her bow before me.
I don't normally play with my creation. I'll make it exception. Dead, eager to taste life. These reanimations are
change my key bindings to keep the key bindings below 140. Put them at 133, 135. I'm not too slow at 130. I'm just slightly out. I think 136 would be my upper limit though. Because I do want to... I just died! I knocked into something. I just died from whatever's... What killed me?
Of old bones.
Block just straight up in the building. Go.
These crystals are potent. Help me break them.
Strings will not be enough. Then allow me to be more direct.
Oh my lord, he just got health back.
This is a vessel befitting my power. Observe. Shed your flesh.
Get up.
The agony.
I can shield you. Hurry!
Unfortunate. Can they do it? 70k? 60? Nice.
I think it's time we laid these old bones to rest for good.
Alright, really quickly. Settings, gameplay, combat.
Kalurian, Ulfnor,
Gameplay.
Sabina.
Gameplay.
Help me unravel the
Let's go
threads binding
down.
Orin
We're gonna
to your
go
ancient
136 if I can manage.
Turnabout is fair play.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this.
Time for a taste of your own medicine, bastard!
Where did I go wrong?
Over the dungeons.
There'll be plenty of time for regrets where you're going.
Now to ensure this dragon stays buried for a very long time. Breath of the tricky god, breeze of the far shores, carry away the lingering life that clings as Sep's skin to this world.
May your elusive spirit be forever swallowed by the void.
Can you see the KHAJIIT? Can you see him, Jasa? Help Bord find him, Jasa. If the space is free, let's queue up for... Hi! Queue up for some Tales of Tribute. I like your hat. You know, it's my barrel. Why? So difficult to line up. Yeah. It's the best I'm gonna get, isn't it? Beautiful. Ah, you can't zoom in. That's so sad. Can't zoom in to see me behind the barrel. My barrel. That's a gorgeous screenshot. That's a good thumbnail too. Brilliant. Okay. I don't know what everyone else's plans are, but I need a quick break. I don't know what everyone else's plans are, but I'm gonna take a quick break. No worries. Are you gonna be back online? I'll still be up in an hour. Yeah, it was good fun. Oh, I do need to ask though. I have a ton of Undaunted keys. Do I use them over at the Undaunted Pledge place?
Something.
Okay. I'm gonna go see how many keys I have and see what I can get with them. But I'm gonna take a break. So if I don't catch you on tomorrow, hopefully sometime later this week. Catch you later. Now, I do actually need to go take a really quick break. So give me, I should be back in 5 minutes. I might be back in 10. And the rules do state if I'm not back in 15 minutes, you're allowed to leave. But we're going to be ending pretty soon anyway. It's 9:30 in the morning and I do have a stream sparkle tonight for Grounded. And I do need to make sure I'm actually awake for that. I've had a bit of trouble keeping myself scheduled between AM and PM streams. So my cutoff is meant to be 10 AM. 9 is when I normally would stream, finishing streaming the reverse boss run. And a half hour over the Sunday runs we used to do. Back then, I didn't have a PM slot though, so I would stream until 4 PM and then pass out. But can't do that anymore because we're starting streams and Sparkle at 4 PM. I'll be back in a little while. I'm gonna go to the restroom, refresh myself, maybe get a cup of tea. My throat has been on fire the past few days. I don't know if it's just because I went down to the city. The city air was different, but I've never had a reaction like that. I don't think I've caught. It's more like a thyroid saliva gland infection, if anything. Just sore to talk, sore to eat. Generally unpleasant, but it doesn't feel like I've got a chest. Either way, I'm gonna go get a fresh cup of tea, stretch my legs for a bit. I should be back in about 10 minutes. So if you're sticking around, thank you very much. If you're heading off, thank you for coming in.
And swift in diving for its prey. But the peculiar structure of its body prevents it from making a perfect landing. During the nesting period, great numbers congregate on certain isolated islands. This island alone, more than 6,000 come annually. Some trick of nature, it appears that a perfectly good goose ought to wear a long beak, sporting a fishnet. Soon these young will reach adulthood, and like their parents, will lift their heavy bodies from their perches, and after several rapid strokes of their wings, level off in an environment that they are fit for.
Hello. Made myself a cup of tea. But lovely Yorkshire brands, and on top of the Yorkshire, I also put a little bit of honey. I did go a little overboard, but scraped basically what, it's a fresh pot, and hey, for what it's worth, I bloody cut my finger open getting the lid off the damn jar. If you ever had a thin plastic cut, it's like a paper cut, but so much worse because it goes deep. It's not that bad. I ran my finger along the edge of the lid trying to lift it, and the pressure lifting the lid along with running my finger along the outside, well, just tore a slice through it. I know it's going to be irritable, so I've already got a band-aid on it just to stop it being irritable, hopefully. But it doesn't need it. But fresh pot of honey. I scraped what I could off of the lid and used that into the mug. I also added 1/4 teaspoon of cinnamon. Not cinnamon sugar, just cinnamon. Normally it sits pretty dull and tepid at the bottom of the mug as well, but I do need to wash this out. Used it a couple of times this morning. So I figured I'd throw some cinnamon in there. Cinnamon, honey, and Yorkshire tea. Didn't sound too bad. And on top of that, I grabbed one of my fresh mugs, and for a long time, it's been a long time, rather, since I've had any soup. So I made myself a nice mug of soup that also helped with the throat being a bit sore as well. But we're back. Let's have a look, just really quickly. McInerney's and the 1641 Rebellion. I don't know if this actually will show up. It's game capture mirrored, so I have to get rid of the AFK screen to show this. 1641 Rebellion is Captain McInerney is listed as having captured Drumlin Castle along with Connor O'Brien. Cromwellian confiscations and settlements. 1650s resulted in the confiscation of the McInerney estate, plantation of the leading members of the sept. Lands of Ballyseller and Carriger passed on to the Cornwellian planters, Henry Ingoldsby, and to Lord Clare. While it is hard to discern whether these individuals are transplanted solely because of the involvement in the rebellion, the fact they occupied some of the most fertile lands in Clare counted after Cromwell to the 1800s. During the second half of the 17th and 18th centuries, we see numerous examples of McInerneys along the immediate class of gentlemen and yeomen farmers that developed on to manor courts. Richard Connolly, writing in 1860, suggested that two senior branches of the family were then extant. The fellow branch, represented by M. McInerney Esquire, New Hall near Erin, and a poor blacksmith, living at Torlonger Franca, near Underham in Galloway. He was the representative of Mackinac. I'm gonna have to learn how to pronounce that. He was the representative of Mackinac Egd. Mackinac of Echt. There you go. Do it bad intentionally, no one can read them. Neither of these notable references can be verified, though. It is certain that there were numerous McInerneys living in the New Killian parish in the 18th and 19th century. Morgan McInerney recording at Ballier in Killone in 1855. Which is to say, who was then acknowledged as chief of the McInerneys. Whoever was acknowledged as chief of the McInerneys has now been forgotten. Further research is unlikely to yield fruitful information. Several members of the family achieved a measure of prominence in the 19th century, such as Reverend Thomas McInerney, parish priest at Feakle and supporter of Daniel O'Connell in the 1828 Clare election, in whom the Marquis of Anglesey presented a silver chalice in an appreciation of his efforts at quelling a rioting crowd at Fecal in 1831. Another was Reverend Patrick McNerney, who, according to tradition, drilled volunteers near Doonbeg after the landing of a French force in support of the 1798 rebellion in County Mayo. Oh, County Mayo, sign me up. Other prominent McInernys. How cursed is that? How cursed is it that my family presided in some way, possibly over County Mayo? Assuming this is the right McInerney family, I don't know how common the name was. All I know is we did have a castle, and it was gambled away in living memory. But this might be talking about something else. This records up to the 1900s. But I don't have enough stories from living people who know of this. And there seems to be no mention of any gambling or debt owed. I definitely 100% know from McInerney's because I've met them. My great grandmother was a McAvenny, and she was with us actually not until long ago. All of this stuff, it's way more likely, as usually is the case, that I was just the unimportant part of the family that traveled and migrated elsewhere. Hardly going to be part of the... I would be surprised if I have a direct descendant of any names mentioned here. That would be the rare card. That would be the high rolling dice that I don't expect to have. Because if I can find direct lineage with any names listed here, then I have 1000%. I can realize, yeah, that's me, that's my family. I'll legally change my name back to McInerney so I can go over there and be like, hey, Castle, mine. The survey intended to shed some light on the McInerney family of Tommons. That's something too. I need to find out if this is the right place. The only thing I know is we were McInerney's and we had a castle. So, you don't just get a castle if you're not some kind of lord or noble. But I don't know, presiding over the castle, there's no way that there's just a coincidence that a McInerney would have presided over a different castle under a different estate. But it might be possible. Well, I need to find out. The Kingdom of Tommond is the one that's being listed here online as well. Apparently there's a lot of stuff written about it too. While little has been written about the McInernys and the histories of County Clare, recent research indicates that the McInernys were an ancient family who held significant estates in the old Tready district of Newmarket-on-Fergus. The original progenitor of the McInernys was Donchada MacComara, reputed to have been an archaic Killaloe and brother Umara Beg, the 12th century lord of Uikasan. Question? No. I've not read a lot of Gaelic. It's interesting seeing it printed in anglicized text. I don't know how it was written back then. Again, not having read a lot of Gaelic. Clueless. Doing my best. Indeed, it is from the Irish word archaic. The surname McInerney is derived. I do not see the relation. The genealogy of that pronunciation is blowing past my brain. Archaic? McInerney. I don't see it. The McInernys held an important position among the off-school sept of the McNamara, holding sway in the Trattory lands down to the confiscations of the 1650s. See, that's the thing too. I was told almost... My game audio stopped and I can't highlight text. This may have crashed. But I was... Oh, we may have just been kicked for being AFK. Whoops. I was told the castle was lost to a debt. Debt owed to a gambler. So that part there doesn't line up. Unless we somehow got the castle back and then it was squandered away by a gambling debt. But this should account for that. This should be written somewhere. Hence why I don't know if there might be more than one castle overseen by a Macanoni. The survey set out to place the Macanoni in a historical context and to give insight into the dynamics of land tenure at the local level in Thomond. In this endeavour, I hope that this survey has enriched our understanding of County Clare's Gaelic history and in particular highlighted the history of the popular Clare's surname, Macanoni. Genealogy of the McNamara's Macanonis Appendix. The Macanonis in the 16th and 17th. It's weird. Because what I'm reading here seems like I'm at the right place, but it's not lining up with the stuff I know. Like I have spoken. I was young, but I have spoken with the child of a Macanoni who was born Macavani. But you would think something chronologuing the entire family history would, of course, include reacquisition of the castle, if not the title of lordship, followed by gambling it away. That's a pretty notable thing you think would be included here, but I don't know if this might have predated that happening, perhaps. I don't know when it was. Usually, I assume most things digitized online has been updated to the 90s. But it could be a chronologue of a book that was written predating it. I'll just have to pick the brains of my elders, find out what they know. Your username and password may be inactive at this time. Oops, that was an idiot. Ah. I don't even know what my plan is, logging back in though. It is 7 to 10. I do have to be back in the afternoon. We got grounded tonight with Sparkle. If I miss that appointment, I'll be kicking myself because that'll be the second one in a row. But let's just end at 10. 7 minutes to burn, and I've got a fresh cup of tea and a fresh cup of soup. So I have to do something with my warm beverages. I just can't be on till midday. Or if I am, because that's the thing. 10 leaves me 6 hours between ending stream and starting stream again. That's not enough time to get a full night's rest. Streaming till midday leaves me 4 hours, at which point you don't sleep. But I've been up since, well, 2 in the morning. We've been up for 8 hours. We've been up for 8, streaming for 5. I've had breakfast, I've done the whole lot. But it's a really awkward combination of time slots. It would, like, even, and this is one of the things, me finishing an hour earlier and Sparkle streaming an hour later would save me so much stress trying to combine these two. I dropped my lid. I am enlightened. Let's go. I've lost the cap to my bottle. How did I do that? Oh. There we go. A lucrative shame. Bring the journal to Moramat.
I never tell the truth to those unworthy of it.
Why are we here, by the way? couple of surveys. That'll be a good way to end the day. I'm going here to just basically decode a bunch of stuff. After that, I don't think I'll be going and doing anything after that with the Tales of Tribute stuff. Tales of Tribute's like a 15-minute game, and I think I'd rather do something a bit more poignant, like go and get some more crafting sources. It really does suck that getting crafting sources is such a lackluster thing to visually do. It's not a good quest or a good story or anything you can engross yourself in. It is simply go here, stuff, and have stuff. Visually, quite
There's really
nothing for it except a lackluster. Alright, lips up here. What do we have here? Stamina Magica, Maxima Magica, Mantle of Sororia set. I could read a couple of books. You know what? I could read a couple of books. Let's go find some library or bookshelf somewhere and see what we can get ourselves engrossed in. We have a lot of junk armor. Why do we have this much junk armor? It's probably all the stuff we've been getting from the daily crafting routes. It's probably where it's from. Now, crafting. Oh, armor. Right. Dude. Get rid of anything blue or below. No, we shouldn't. We should actually look at blue, because if it gives us a good set, or yeah, we can upgrade it if need be, but we shouldn't just dismiss it entirely. So we'll go back down and we'll untick blue and purple and we put our stuff down below. The generic stuff, perhaps we'll forget. The shield we don't need. Ulfor's favor is health, magical recovery, stamina recovery, 4% healing taken. No. Ulfor's favor. Go. Maximum health enchantment with Ralph fitted trait. 4% healing done. This is a heavy head armor piece, which we'll be replacing the cruelty set. It's not a bad thing. Alright, Symphony of Blades Visage we'll use. One item. It's a 2-part set. 4% healing done. 2 items. When you heal an ally who is under 50% of their primary resource, grant them Meridia's Favor, which restores 550 magicka or stamina every 1 second for 6 seconds. Its effect can occur every 18 seconds per target. So, 33% of the time, give people 3,000 stat? So what, that would average out to like 1,000, what, per 18 seconds? No, 3,000 per 18. But you're doing it 33% of the time. 18, 32... rounds it up like 3 times, so we've got 10k per minute. That's a lot. It's not enough to completely offset what they're using, but that is a lot. Not collected. Stamina enchantment with invigorating traits. Stamina, weapon and spell. Maximum health, maximum stamina, weapon and damage. No, that can go. Adds armor, adds health, adds armor, adds health. Nothing. Literally nothing. Stamina enchantment, plain armor with no set. Those can go. Knights Errant Mail, health, stamina, weapon, and spell damage. Greaves of the Nightmare. With a health enchantment and it's reinforced. Armor, health. Oh, that would be great for someone who could actually expound. That would be amazing for a tank. They really should have announced. I should go through and I should read after every trial dungeon what sets like. That would be brilliant. And I've already collected them. Oh. Valerian's Legacy. Critical chance, weapon and spell, critical chance. And you do crit chance. Bone Pirate Tatters. Stamina, recovery, stamina. Roaring. Maximum health, weapon and spell damage. Offensive and damage. That's it. The rest are decon or research. Alright, how many is that? 57. Over to weapons. This one should be easier to blast through though. Research up. Ruby Ash Lightning Staff, so that's frost damage. We could use it. Frost is the Ice Staff of Agility. Can I just get the... I would like to get the potion as, but... Pop up. Actually, can we pop up both? Oh, you're kidding me? We can only pop up one at a time. Fine. Oh. That wiped everything. We went from 57 equipped to 9. I wonder how I can get the other Symphony to Blades. We'll look for that when we go get the keys. Done. A little carried away there. Right. 62. Keeping the helmet, scrapping everything else. Weapons. Face, save, sword. Actually have a look. No enchantment, no set, no set, no set. Unweaver, maximum magicka, crit chance. Where did the lightning stave go? Oh, no set. 82 items. That leaves glyphs and research items, if we've done it right. That leaves glyphs, research items, and a helmet. There we go. Got worried there. Okay. We'll proper compare here. 802 magical enchantment. I don't know. Maximum magical enchantment. Hang on. Have a look. What I thought. Oh, it's in the bank, isn't it? That might be the best we can get. Maximum magicka. It's an extra 82 health on that though. I think we can get close to 900 magic. But Wonderstone effects by 8%. And Divines 8 there. Probably not super beneficial yet, if at all. And the recovery on the other helmet was really nice. Oh well. It'll do for now. The set is infinitely better if we can find the other part of it. Mr. Banker. Require this one. That's up to 802, so we're capped. Alright, at least it does tell you.
May I?
Very polite. Alright, we'll do a couple of surveys. We've got the Craglorn 1 blacksmith survey. There's clearly some kind of river there. And at the end of the river. It could be a way shrine out the side of the house here, so we'll leave. I do wonder if I can leave instants when I'm at someone's house. That would probably be the infinitely better way to actually get back to where you were last before you teleported them. You could do the equivalent of leave instance to jump back. I don't know if I have a portal all the way up to the north in Craglorn though. Have a look.
I bet you could spare a coin.
Well, it's always very awkward when the game gives you an option, or even just a dialogue prompt. Simply give a beggar a coin, and then not follow through with it. I turned around to go speak with a beggar and maybe give them a coin. Wasn't allowed to. Game said no. Craglorn. It's not a river, it's a road. And that's the closest shrine we have, down to the southeast. Oh, that's a very nice cup of tea. That cinnamon was a lovely touch, actually, with the honey. Just a dash of cinnamon. Sat there in the... It was not brewing. I don't know what you'd call it. Dry spice being added to a tea. What do you call it when the tea bag sits there? Oh, a death portal. I love these. You activate them and you die. I would really love one day be able to fight one of those, but they are all purple health bar monsters. You just get murdered. Steeping! Thank you. I don't know if you'd say I steeped cinnamon in the pot of... or in the cup of tea either, though. Either way, just having that cinnamon sat there has actually urged some quite lovely flavours with the rest of the tea. I do wonder if getting cinnamon sugar might be worth it. I would absolutely... I've got a percolator. What I would really love to do is find a way to brew tea with a percolator, but I know that's never going to work. Oh, we've got a way shrine up here on the left. And a Sigic portal. Good. Give me Orbic Ember. I roll. Nat 20. Orbic Ember. As your 40 grand worth of materials, thank you. I'll take that. I would like to learn how to get my percolator to actually brew tea though. I've thought about doing just the thing that makes sense most to me, which is to put tea bags where the coffee goes and then turn the percolator on. Does it? But that's not steeping tea. really what I need to do is just steep tea the way I'm currently doing and just add other things to it. If I want to make my own tea, there's nothing stopping me. I just have to do it the old-fashioned way. Steep the tea and add the other bits and let it sit. I don't know. Is there ever... I'd be really curious to know about methods of brewing tea on the stove. That sounds like heresy to me. But I'm open to the idea. Brewing tea on the stove does sound... It's weird. I'm not gonna say gross, because really, we're just bringing water to simmer, almost to the boil. You would add tea leaves, other ingredients, but I feel like my knowledge, limited knowledge of cooking and brewing things, if you bring it to the boil, it has to give you a bit more value than simply just sitting these things in pre-boiled water, right? The process can't be insanely different. Either way, boiled water is involved. Just one adds the ingredients prior to boiling or during the boiling process as opposed to afterward. Again, limited knowledge there. Maybe it's not so alien and abstract an idea as I think, but it sounds weird to me. My millennial ass has grown up with a kettle where you just push a button that boils water and you pour that into the cup and you let the tea steep that way. But steeping tea itself, the term, seems to imply you would boil the water, then add the tea after boiling the water. Whether you do it on the stove or not, irrelevant even, let's say, is not the process of steeping done post-boiling. Perhaps, would you then add things to the water? Or if you're being super fancy and you have milk with your tea, you could add ingredients to the milk. I know there's a place, of course you're actually hostile. There's a place that I go to for my coffee, and they're brilliant because they actually theory craft different things to make coffee. One of the best things they ever did was each show, they made me a coffee. I asked for a honey, cinnamon, and vanilla coffee, basically. And I never thought it through. I was just like, put it all in the mug. That's it, call it a day. I never thought through much of it. What they ended up doing was, when they were heating up the milk for the coffee, they added the honey and the vanilla to that instead. And I think afterwards they put cinnamon all through the cup and the mug like I've done today. And simply just mixed everything on top of the cinnamon. Maybe it would blend better. But there's intricate processes. I'm not a barista. I don't make tea or coffee for a living. I make it for myself at home. If I want something fancy, I will go out and I'll pay someone for the privilege. I'm very... never going to be able to make tea or coffee in the same level or with the same equipment as an actual barista can. And I don't give up in that sense, I just don't think I can compete. I'm not going to be able to buy thousands of dollars worth of equipment. I'm very lucky actually, I picked up my percolator for 50 second hand. Someone was like, I don't want this anymore, an old elderly lady was like, I will sell this. I put it on some post board somewhere, selling percolator, and I was like, ooh, coffee machine. And that was meant to be my striking moment of I can make fancy coffee at home. And all I did was just make coffee again, but this time with a machine that takes a little longer. I've put more thought into it since then, but percolator didn't save the day like it was meant to. It wasn't a magical solution because I'm still not making coffee properly with process-wise. Good milk helps out 1,000-fold. Actually, heating the milk up properly and treating the milk well does even more. But I'm not brewing anything special. The best boon the percolator gave me was actually brewing a pot of coffee and leaving it for later. Not iced tea, sorry, not iced coffee. As in... Wait, can you be cool? It wasn't iced coffee in the sense of badly made. It was just chilled coffee, brewed warm, let to cool, sat in the fridge for a bit. Or just left at room temperature to grab a cup during the day. But that alone wasn't enough to justify mid to low tier grade coffee, even if it was at my fingertip. I still think for $50, good deal. I did well. What is this? It's a sigil portal in the stone. Someone's got a light here and they forgot to turn it off. Azarello, welcome in. Are you gonna be starting up soon, actually? It's... How's that? I said I was gonna stream for 7 more minutes. And here we are. 17 more minutes later. And I'm rambling about percolators and coffee while wandering around aimlessly picking things up off the ground. The thing I said I wanted to avoid if I was gonna stay online for a bit. Mindlessly grabbing things. It's so visually lackluster. It's great. I have this thing. I won't dwell too long because I do need to end up soon and I need to get some rest. But I have an absolute undeniable bias in video games that I play. I play so many games that could be described as not a game. And I gravitate towards mechanics that can sort of be done without thinking. I play American Truck Simulator where you can basically, forgiving the clear actual real-world repercussions of driving without watching the road, I can load up a podcast or a YouTube video or a Twitch stream and I can just have that playing on the side and mindlessly drive around delivering stuff in American Truck Sim. It's half the reason it's stuck with me for so long, because it's even with all of my weird niche hobbies that I get into in gaming, even within gaming itself. There is an aspect I do enjoy. Logistics and management is very clearly my brainworms. I'm not to the level of playing Factorio. I can't play Factorio. I can. I do love it. But I can't. If I join someone else's Factorio game, they either fix everything or move to a different planet without me. I don't play Factorio the way Factorio players play Factorio. I play Factorio by just going belt and then making a giant maze of belt. Which is great. I do enjoy it. And I think it's great that you don't have to be super min-maxing, but there's like a different level of playing Factorio that I could never get. I actually, somewhere deep in the archives, I have a clip. I don't know if the audio is shot or not, but maybe that's what we'll end on. I have a clip of me playing Factorio and basically being given a little kid timeout zone while the parent came in and cleaned up my mess. I'll see if I can find it and we'll end on that. But I was basically given a 2x2 area to play in. They put me on a belt and said, "Alright, if you move, you're in trouble." And then they went off and fixed my entire factory. They changed the layouts. They sent me blueprints. They tore their hair out going, "How have you done this?
Drink water
What have you done?"
else your bones will be weak.
I'll try and find the clip, because he names the conveyor belt he sat me on. He's like, "This is George, here's your gift. You get to keep George, but you're not allowed to leave." Then they ran off and tore down my factory and built it from the ground up to be half the size. And worked twice as fast. I will never forget that. I would never forget that day in Factorio. Being told that I'm not allowed to move from my tiny little conveyor belt timeout room. Oh, someone completely tore down my factory. And it's not like, in a way, I was like, I didn't want it to happen, but it's like they're improving it. They're making it quicker, faster, produce more efficient, less slack, less waste. But at the same time, it's like, you could just leave it. It works. And I think that's my core flaw with playing those heavy logistic games. I will simply stop once functionality is achieved. If it works, I stop trying to improve. It works. I get end result that I want. It works. Everyone else comes along and goes, why do you have a belt that's like going around 15 different islands and a train that goes nowhere and does 17 circles around the place? It's like, well, it works. Yeah, there's a detour that goes the wrong way for a whole 15 minutes, but it gets to the destination at some point, doesn't it? We're back at the crafting station, so this is where I'm going to log out, but I'll see if I can find that clip real quick. Merge with the wall. But you already had a ESO? I pre-ordered it. No, I'm planning to be at grounded. It's only 10. Lovely coffee. Coffee? That's soup. I don't have coffee on this desk. I have tea and soup, and I called it coffee. My brain will never get past this whole thing I have with warm liquid equals coffee no matter what. Oh, thank you for the hydrate spot. Have you ever had cold brewed coffee? I have actually. There's a company that sells, apparently we import it from, okay, I don't want to say we import it from Japan, but the cans all say #1 brand in Japan. So I don't know. It's the #1 brand, but that doesn't tell me anything about the similarity in the product. It might just be the same company. Who knows? It's cold brewed coffee though. And it is quite nice. A bit more potent than what I'm used to. Where do we have TV on? Was it Greg? George? Jeremy? Jet ski from Spain without the A. Okay. Steam browser won't let me load files. I need a media player that actually works. Dum-dum. Let me close down VOC. I've had Scissor Sisters playing all morning and I kinda love that. I would love if I could actually share those. I really like good music. I want to share good music. Legally not allowed to share good music. I could simply have like a bit of text on stream, and I'm thinking about this, just having like a oh, maybe I could find a listen along with kind of service where you can listen to what I'm listening to. But the problem is I'm not going to run anything that's online. I'm going to run VOC Media Player, so it's going to be a bit moot. But VOC can play online radio, so perhaps I can find a service that simply lets me create an online radio playlist, and then you could all tap in to my playlist. That would be fine. And a nice compromise where I'm not distributing the music, but simply telling you what I am listening to, and providing a link to listen to it yourself. I'll have to look into that, because I have so many good artists that I think are well worth knowing about. Alright, so if I just do this. Alright, we'll full screen VOC in a bit. But I can do that. What about this? Huh? I remember what those are from. Okay, so we need to go back a little further in time than that. You know what I might do? Just load up the Xbox app. The Xbox app can play the video, catalogs the video by category, by game. It's an all-in-one thing. We don't even need VOC. And I don't then have to search for the file. I can search by game and then look in that subcategory for the file. Awesome. Okay. Then in that case, I need... Oh. I need another window capture. I don't need another window capture. Problem is I keep cropping the window. I've got a Discord capture, but it crops the window. I've got a Steam capture, but it crops the window. Can we try Steam? For the console companion? Automatic cap... Old win... And capture... That shows the entire Xbox Live friends list. I can't minimize that. Lovely. Actually, that shows most of the window. That's the thing. Why has that not cropped anything? Nor do I see Steam anywhere in the list of applications. Steam. I guess I have to add a new one. I don't use this program anymore though. We're just gonna go desktop capture and turn the damn there. No, because then I still have the... I don't want to just show the whole friends list. That's important. Not to mention, Xbox has a weird system with friends. So I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna go studio mode. And I'm gonna bring up what you guys can see on my second monitor while I load. While I mess around, make sure that this is working. Paste duplicate. Xbox companion. Bring it all the way down here to my ever-growing list of programs I might one day ever need. For some weird reason. Transform fit to screen. Window title, capture. There we go. Oh, Fox Companion, transform, edit. Bring the window back up. Oh, I can't do that, really. The moment I click on the filter, it doesn't work. At the very least. I gotta get this done quick, because I wasn't... Crop. Crop is fine. Right needs to be like 400 crop. Can you see at 380? 400 was a good guess. 400 was a brilliant guess. Up left. 20. Nope, we're closer to 80 from left. Really? You know what? We're gonna crop another 400 from the left. Top, cropped good. The bottom cannot be cropped at all. Now, edit transform again. I need... We'll align dead center with scale to height. Here. Alignment center.
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk, or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is health is fucking bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water,
good.
drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Size, I want to be
Drink
smaller.
water, drink water, drink water,
600.
bitch. Drink water, drink water, bitch.
Pretty every day. Don't play too many games. Only 3 hours a day. Love your parents. Very important. Messing around like this. 550 and 660. Not. Scale. Still doesn't line up. Why? Oh, because it's not. Yeah. I like that. Okay, we're set. Lock frame, lock preview, and remove studio. Welcome. Sort by game. Can't play that one. That one's got copyright music. Good lord, I named some of these atrocious things. Counter-Strike, Cyberpunk, A, B, C, D. I did not see that get redeemed. That is creepy. Did I disconnect? Or did someone redeem that on the Stream Elements platform? There was no... Oh, even if you redeem on Stream Elements, that should say. What happened? Did I disconnect? Why do I not see that? What? You didn't do that? Oh, you redeemed it in chat. You didn't see the notification. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see it all now. I did disconnect. So we are back. That would be why we didn't see it, because I had a minor disconnect at some point. Now is not the time to be troubleshooting, but... Either way, there we go. Isn't that the coffee you said you wouldn't get again because it cracked you out? Yeah, it messed with me. It was very strong. I think it's called Boss Coffee, from memory. Abidoop? I don't remember saying that. What did I say? Why did I say Abidoop? I found it. Okay, can you guys hear the audio? You can't. Henry's crashed stream before, so at the possibility having him audible on stream one more time. I found him. It wasn't Gregory, Jeremy, it wasn't George or Jeff, it was Greg. I was given this little thing to play with, and I was told to play with it and not to leave it or I'll be in trouble. Let me get the audio set up and we'll just... Oh no. My Windows audio has crashed. Oh, the settings app has just crashed. Interesting. I can't tab. Settings not responding. Uh-oh. It crashed. It actually crashed. My settings app just closed. Wholeheartedly disappeared. Take two. Nope. Okay, something is killing... I think I know what's killing my audio. Hang on. I think I know what's up. My audio is dying because I have some stuff set to run through crisp audio and I don't have crisp audio running. I'm risking my computer crashing. I'm thankful it hasn't. Where is crisp? Crispy, crispy, crisp. We'll type it. No? Typing doesn't want to work in the start menu. I might be about to crash. Let's open crisp and hope that my sound settings don't kill me. Other programs are still here, just my sound settings aren't, so I'm going to reopen my microphone program and hope that I can fix it that way. There's no other sound... I don't run other sound programs. I've got Voicemeter that manages channel filtering. The microphone is what I use to filter out the wheel. Nothing else should be stopping the audio system from working though. But I think the catch is that I have some settings that are configured to use crisp audio, so we'll just open it back up. Science Arbidoop. I don't remember saying Arbidoop. Oh, Steam messages? Oh no. That's grotty. What are they about? Ooh! 3 new items in my inventory. I know what that's about. God, everything's not responding now. Just close the settings app. Stop being an absolute bot. Open the settings app again. System. Sound. Volume. And I didn't fix it. It's still dead. Why is it still dead? How do you change a program's audio output if you can't change a program's audio output? Hmm. Well, I can't Alt F4. Problem is I can't get anything to happen in the program. Like, I've got this. I need that to play. Ugh. I know what I can do as a workaround. I'm just annoyed I can't do it the way I'm meant to. Test my microphone. Manage sound devices. Crisp tap. Ow. That's crisp speaker, crisp microphone. Blue microphone. Blue snowball. Disabled, blah 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 blah. Voice meter, input output. So it's there. Input is blue microphone, output is speakers. But if I go to app volume and device preferences, it crashes the app. Select playback. Oop. Well, I mean, that'll work. I don't know why. Dying. I've got the program open now, it shouldn't be having. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna mute myself. We're going to clean the audio from my desktop and put desktop audio through. So I won't be able to hear myself. I'm gonna mute everyone else. We're gonna mute OBS so that there's no feedback, and VB audio so there's no. At that point, I then switch audio output device. Look at this. Wanting to end and ending up streaming for 40 minutes doing nothing. Can I not open that because I've got the sound? Possibly. Hello. Mute myself so there's no two of me. But Greg.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's fine for me. 12. Okay. So we've got, let's say we have we want iron to go down like this.
You know, I didn't hear a word of that because I can't hear anything. Why is it all set to 80% volume, by the way? Why are you guys set to 80% volume? I don't know. I don't like that you're set to 80% volume. You should be set to 50. Maybe that's why I'm having so much trouble balancing the volumes out lately. I don't know what I gotta do to fix it. It's broke. You heard it. I didn't. I have no idea what was said. Did they say anything spicy? They were fixing my factory while I was sitting there staring at the thing they built me to stare at. I did what I was told. I stared at the thing. I don't know what the test is, but do we have anything else in here that would be funny? Not that we can hear it. I don't know. That's the thing. We can't hear anything, so why would I bother? Also, why are you at 80%? I've got audio curse problems, apparently. Hey, here's a test. I'm gonna raid out and do everything I normally would do. But I'm also going to do something really crazy and dumb and stupid that I want to test. So, I think I tested this before, but I'm going to test it again. We have more testing to do. How could I forget? Look! I got things! A fire bead. And a frog. And a mimic. Look at that. We're now missing owl. I can get owl. Where is Steam? Click the wrong thing to hide then. Ah, no, thank you. I wanted to close that one. I don't want to go back and see my inventory. No. So, we're back. I'm even just going to move this over here so I can see both at the same time. But, look! And we're already an epic rank mimic. I think, genuinely, I think this is the final badge in the series. I actually think I'm about to hit the final level. For what it's worth, I'm going to say up front that whatever game discount I get is free for anyone here to take. It's not a free game, but I will give you the discount I receive for free if it even slightly interests you. Watch this be the first time I'm not given a discount. It's like gambling, but it still costs you real money and it's somehow not as satisfying. Look at us go! Gold level chest. We got the owl backgrounds. The doggo. 90% off. Puke and bye-bye. That's not a bad discount. Oh shoot, that's open in Chrome. Let me fix that. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. Chrome quit. And we have solved the problem. It went away. But let's find out. I got a 90% discount. I also have these ones. For what it's worth, 50% off Do You Know the Way, 66% off Ninja Stealth 2, and 66% off Thorn, Son of Slaves, Episode 2. I will say, so far, all three of those look like they were made in RPG Maker. But let's find out what 90% off Puke and Bye-Bye is actually. There's no audio, but it's playing chiptune. It's a platformer. Well, doesn't look terrible. Along the lines of the Impossible game. Actually doesn't look bad. Look at that. Created to enrage. Very much in the style of the Impossible game then. Well, there you go. I will stay true to my word and not use the token. If anyone else wants the 90% off discount, they are welcome to claim it. But that is where I'm going to be ending it. We did quite a bit today, actually. Still set to play Elder Scrolls. We've only, well, been almost an hour since we got locked out for being AFK, but we weren't going to be switching to anything else. And that's where my music is not audible. I just realized I still have stuff to mute. There we go. Now I can hear. I know Taxi has been playing, or at least has been. He was playing Elder Scrolls Online yesterday. Let's find who's online now. We'll see who we made into. browser. Oh, that's right. To try and fix my audio, I was going to lock my computer and have to log back in. That was the thing I wanted to test, but we'll get the raid set up, so worst case, if it crashes everything, you guys are already on your way to someone else. Apparently, I'm not going to be getting sleep, Sparkle, because I'm going to have to be fixing my audio problems. Fun. I wonder if that's why Subaru said the game is loud, because you guys are running at like 30% extra volume. No, you're actually running at close to 80% extra volume. You're meant to be at 50. 80 is a bit overkill. Almost double. We have... Ooh! Lena's playing Detroit Become Human, and I really am curious to see how her game ends, because I know a couple of things, how they work. I've seen a couple of playthroughs of Detroit Become Human, enough to know certain aspects of what she has and hasn't done. And I'm really curious to see if she capitalizes on some of the advantages she doesn't know she has. Taxi is also playing The Elder Scrolls Online, Tone Dust is playing Conan, and Science Chan is playing Valheim. Or Warbler is also playing Disney Dreamlight, which I saw come out on Steam a couple of days ago, didn't it? And you know what I could do? No, that's not gonna work, is it? I might have to capture this... My Be Right Back and my AFK screens might have to be reworked. I've got one set up now where I can implement my art scene on the fly in its entirety. But that's everything I do in my art scene is replicated in the Be Right Back element. I need to do the same thing, but I can't loop it. Either way, our choices are Detroit Become Human, more Elder Scrolls Online with Taxi, Tone Dust is playing Conan Exiles, and Science Charm is playing Valheim, and Warbler is doing Disney Dreamlight. Lena ends soon. She ends at 1 your time. No worries. Well, we won't join Lena. As much as I really would like to see how she handles the ending of Detroit Become Human, I don't think that's going to be happening for another stream or two. She's about halfway through the story, to my knowledge, depending on whether or not she loses too many more people. She may speed run to the credits. I might have already missed it, but... I haven't rated Science Chan in a while. What does everyone feel in the mood for? We'll raffle. Pick 4. I almost feel like I want to go and say hi to Warbler, because it's been a while since I've seen her online. Actually got to say hello. But we've got Thor, Zion, Tone, and Taxi. The options are, and the bot has chosen, Science Charm. That's where we're headed. If you like the global emotes, and I do think I should revamp that. I need better emotes. But we have a raid message for global emotes. We also have the paid variant, which has a lovely angry bird in the middle, demanding people surrender their feathers. Or if you have 100 channel points, you can buy the lovely, gorgeous face there at the start and at the end. Oh my lord, has he drank more helium? Science Chan's drinking more helium. Oh my lord. Okay. I might drop and run and send you over before we lose out on this, because that's amazing. I will see everyone tonight for Grounded. Sparkle, I probably won't be sleeping, so I'll see you at 4 PM and I'll probably be crashing after our stream then, so it won't be very long. But thank you for sticking around. I'll see you over in Science Chan's stream.